All right, YouTube's live. What is our today command? Let me scroll up and find it. Okay, so for YouTube and posterity, let's see, today command. WebLLM is working. We've got it in our app and it's analyzing stuff. It's not giving us the exact results we want, so we'll have to figure that out. The bugs we had yesterday were super weird, like the one that gave us 400 of like the first item in our list before it started actually iterating the list. That one was super strange. So yeah, but we got them figured out and it works now. So now that we're getting results, the UX could be better. And what I'm wondering is like, should we should probably get the status of the lens as it's running. That should be in page as opposed to in a dialogue, because you should probably be able to like interact with items as they pop up. That would be cool. I think being able to like preview whether it matches on certain items would be cool, like during the creation and edit process. So yeah, some of that stuff. I think we can make some good UX improvements for that, and it should be good. Oh yeah, that progress bar CSS was weird. Yeah, that was a strange one. Yeah, the progress bar um in ShadCN, technically Radix doesn't actually account for the max value of a progress bar. So it's always out of 100. And that's been a bug for like since 2024, which is super weird. Yeah, that was just super weird. So, anyway, let's get to some work. Let's get tropical. Of course, just as I switch over, Twitch goes into an ad. Of course. It's interesting. This Basil Hayden actually has more of like a rye flavor than Sazerac rye. Like it tastes more bready as far as bourbons go. That is interesting to me. But okay, so let's just refresh here. Right, we've got pending events, a 420. Right, we warn the user, hey, we got to download the model. And then we start parsing the events, which is cool. And if we go and inspect element, we should see some good logs of the results, right? So finished item, cool, lens result. I guess processing lens result, true, 95% confidence, but I don't think it's actually right. Because this doesn't seem to me like it's a support ticket. So yeah, something about my prompt is off. So yeah, we got work to do. But yeah, we just see this thing like chugging along. I don't like this being here because now none of this is interactable while it's running. So instead, I want to put it in between this lenses section and here. And yeah, what's up, Michelle? How you doing? Thinking of ideas for your job's hackathon. Ooh, is there a theme? AI, of course. Is there like another theme like that your company is kind of like related to? Okay. I've heard of Behance. I forget what they are. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So it's almost like Dig? Upwork and Instagram mashed together? Okay. Almost more like Upwork and Dig mashed together? Or is Dig really a bad comparison? Oh. Yeah, Dig's part of the old internet. Is it still around? This doesn't seem like the same thing anymore. So Dig used to be, I want to say it was bigger than Reddit, at least at a time. Yeah, it was like, here we go. An American social bookmarking news, and I'm pretty sure this is aggregator, right? So yeah, think of it like Reddit or Slashdot or whatever. It was so big that websites would typically go down, and when a website went down because something happened on the Dig website, people called it the Dig effect. It was also known as being slash dotted. Nowadays, they call it the Reddit hug of death. Right? But it's like when you get this massive amount of scale from going viral on one of those sites, and your site goes down because of it. But yeah, it's old, right? It's founded in 2004, so we're talking like really old internet. One of the key people, Alex Ohanian, or Alexis Ohanian, the Reddit guy. You know, like, so yeah, kind of makes sense at that point, yeah? So my guess is that Reddit spun up out of the ashes of Dig. Right? Like, when was Reddit actually started? 2005? Okay. No. So they both kind of created the same idea at the same time with just different ways of doing it. Wow, Reddit makes $1.3 billion a year. That's insane to me. I didn't realize Reddit's money was so much. Like, wow. I wouldn't say it's 100% ads because there's also like awards that you can give people. But I'm not sure what like the percentages there are. I would say ads are probably the biggest portion of their money. But yeah, by awarding someone, like you pay money and you boost up their thing a bit. Like, I don't know. There's some weird stuff in there. And it's just crazy to me that like that is the old Dig logo, isn't it? Yeah. So Dig's just doing a massive rebrand. Focusing on anti-AI sentiment, it seems. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like the Dig button predates the Facebook like button, you know, like on websites and stuff, which is crazy. So yeah, Dig is like a major part of like the old internet. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's close some of these tabs we don't need. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday? Shit. Let me double check. Yeah, this is the last song on this album, so let's just get another. What's one we haven't heard in a while? Yeah, we haven't listened to any Florida Skyline in a long time. Here we go. And yeah, sorry, War. Yeah, my Friday's great. We're chilling. Fridays are always pretty chill. Ooh, I forgot to pop out the YouTube chat. Let me do that real quick. That way I don't miss any messages there. Didn't get any missed yet. But how's everyone over on YouTube? Ah, seems like a rebrand. Oh, okay. That makes some sense. Oh, he just put this out yesterday. Oh, even better. Okay. I'm going to share this out. Let's just do it through. Oh, wait, hold on. Not buffer. Postwrite. All right. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That is cool. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We want to create like a status segment when you have activated one of these. And we didn't reset that state. So that's fun. And it runs even after we've tried to stop it. So I want to remove the run button. And I want to make sure this is ellipsist. And then once you select it, we show the thing there. Okay. So what we're going to do is the component that we created, which is just like two dialogues, and that's all it is. That component is going to change, which means we need to move where it is on the page, because it's going to be the status component, and then it just spawns the warning dialogue to download things on its own. It's still going to be the manager of its own state. And it's going to do its own data fetching, because it's still a fairly complicated chunk of code. And then maybe once we've started trying to build the preview, right? So like when we go to create a new lens, I actually want to show a list of events, right? And show you which ones would be a successful match versus a non-successful match, right? And we want to do it with the actual events that you have for the keyword. So yeah, this page is going to change massively as well. Yeah. All right, cool. And how's everyone's Friday? And I've got a good conversation piece. So our social media manager at GetKraken tends to like find trending TikToks and stuff, and then think about like, well, is that something we could do? And then sometimes they reach out to me to do them. And like I've done one in the past. I think, yeah, it's even shouted out here in chat, right? I made a TikTok for GetKraken. If you use TikTok, maybe give it some love. We'll just swap out that link here in the future. I'll change up the message too. But the idea being, yeah, I can make a GetKraken YouTube short / TikTok And this one is, the overlay text is, when I have a drink for hydration, a drink for caffeine, and a drink for fun and genuinely reaching a flow state. And it's got this person just like taking a sip from their big mug, then a sip from their coffee cup thing, then a sip from their like Gold Peak tea. What kind of events, or like what different drinks would we have? And yes, I know we're all thinking, oh yeah, here's my, Everclear for like Sprint Retro. Let's shy away from that a bit, even if it's accurate. This is for a company TikTok. If it was on my own, oh, absolutely. Right? Got my drink for code review. Boom. Pop a cork, pour some whiskey. Got my drink for pair programming. It's a screwdriver, right? Like, I don't know. We could definitely do that one. Got my drink with an Alka-Seltzer in it for that impromptu client meeting. Do they still make Alka-Seltzer? I've never had one. I'm still so curious. Anyone here actually had Alka-Seltzer before? Or is that like old school, like Dig? Is that old school, like chugging Pepto-Bismol in a movie? Anyway, yeah, let's get to this. What's up, Glober? How you doing? Yeah, and I feel bad about when you tried to join our gaming chat the other day. Yeah, sorry, we were just like focused on doing stuff. So yeah, I don't know. That's my bad. Seems like you didn't take offense to it. All right, cool. All right, I always forget this about Neo-Brutalism and Shed CN. Does card header go at the top level of the card? Or does it go in the content? It goes above the content. Perfect. Okay, cool. This is our Friday, so let's enjoy it. No worries about anything. Yeah, no, I don't know. I like to apologize when I can. Oop. God damn it. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm holding shift. So I was holding the beverage. All right. But yeah, how is your Friday? I would assume everyone's done with meetings for the day. I should probably double check and make sure I didn't miss one. I probably should have checked that earlier. We did a Rochambeau competition at work. So close. It was so close. I got to the semifinals. It means that you've apologized before she can get truly properly mad about it. And that upsets her. So now you should apologize for apologizing. I mean, there's like an expected amount of time that I'm like needed to be available for meetings and some of that. And I've kind of like carried it over from my like expected available hours at my previous job. So at the one that I worked previously, the expected hours were like 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for West Coasters, right? And it was like, I don't know. Yeah, there was definitely some like specified time where it's like, hey man, make sure you're around for at least this portion of time. And I think for East Coasters, they had a slightly later like required hours kind of thing. So yeah, like I've kind of like fallen into just that pattern where there's like a solid 4 hours a day where I'm not scheduling anything else other than work meetings, but sometimes like other meetings happen too. You know, JS Nation stuff or whatever, right? So yeah, for the most part, it's just a get shit done kind of schedule. There's never been any like you need to be a butt in seat kind of feeling from Get Kraken at least, and never felt like that at Fairwinds either. So I really like it when companies do that because they recognize that the more like leeway you give people, the more they're willing to put in work any time of the day, you know? Which is why I think it's just really funny all these like this is not a work from home job. This is like you're going to be in the office next to me grinding. It's like, damn, that sounds like a shit job. Sounds like micromanagement material, you know? Like, I don't mind grinding, but grinding doesn't have a set amount of hours, you know? And in fact, you can get a lot more grinding done when there's nothing else that you could possibly be doing anyway. During the day, there's like other shit you can do. When you're staying up till 4 a.m., there's not much else you can do. Yeah, the jobs that pay the least always have the strictest rules. Yeah. Well, it's more about like the barrier to entry. You're massively replaceable at those jobs. So then they enforce the rules just to like get the bad apples out, the people that would ruin morale. And I don't mean ruin morale as in like people having a good time, but ruin morale as in like work ethic. There are certain jobs where like it is strict. I've never gotten proper breaks at any restaurant job I've ever worked. It doesn't happen. You take a break whenever you can, but it's not happening every 2 hours. No. Worst case scenario, you can stay late and get paid for that time, or show up early. But yeah, restaurants like the reason they are that strict is also not just about like making sure everyone has the good work ethic. I think it's about like they have set operating hours and they just you got to pump out the food during those hours. And that's it. If you got downtime, well, that's not a good sign. Number 1, right? Any good restaurant should be nonstop work. And if you have downtime at a restaurant, that's not a healthy restaurant. Now every restaurant does have slower hours, but if you have absolutely nobody in the restaurant for any period of time, that is a dying restaurant. Worked at a library and the manager would rather you act busy than see you in the back. Yeah, I mean, some of it's just bad management, but there is something to the idea of if someone who is working and who doesn't have a chance to relax sees you relaxing, they get bummed. And there's like morale for that reason. But yeah, if you got time to lean, you got time to clean. I've heard that a bunch of times. It's bullshit every time. Why clean it now rather than like after the shift? There's no point to cleaning it right now. Ooh, JLem. Damn, that is like a contractor that is definitely some like construction work shit. Damn, dude. Like construction slash like like you were an electrician, right? But yeah, basically same idea. If you're cold, you should be working harder. It's like, or you could turn the heat up. Come on, man. Was it always that way for electricians, or is it just more like you heard that from other people? Because I would assume it was rare that you're the only person on site, you know? But I guess even as an electrician, there's a lot of just like manual labor to it, right? Running wire and all that stuff. It's just a trade thing. Got it. Ooh, and Jalen, have you fired up PoE2 yet? I fired it up for an hour just to try out the druid. I was able to get the name. I couldn't get Tom Bombadil, but I was able to get not Bombadil. So I'm gonna go like a plant-based druid instead of like shape-shifting druid. Yeah. No, that's smart. That's smart. Yeah, that is super smart. Yeah, get some shit done. Stoked on the name I swooped though. So yeah, not Bombadil. We'll see how it goes. I will say, as like a league starter, it's probably better to go with one of the tried and true classes rather than like going with something brand new and fancy. So I'll just recommend that. The big thing is you can always just start a character that's like kind of cookie cutter and boilerplate. It's going to be new to you anyway, but you can get that character to like end game, and then you've got all that cash to like really boost the next character that you start. And that's actually a really nice way to go. You're just going to run with what you had last night. Yeah. I'd say that's probably not a bad idea. And I do still think that that build that you had linked is going to be good eventually. You'll be back? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries, Glober. Yeah, get some beer. All right, that way you can drink along with me. I'm drinking the whiskey, but close enough. You really miss a good wine? I'm not much of a wine drinker, but the speaker dinner at JS Nation and React Summit, they didn't have any alcohol, so they only had wine. So I was chugging on some wine that night. Like I had started out with some whiskeys, chugged on the wine after, and luckily I was still good to go the next day. Normally that's like, oh, hangover. So I got lucky. I got real lucky. Wait, how did I lose this? There we go. That's weird. You're a big wino. You don't know wine very well, but you enjoy it. You can't do the sweet wine though. That's when you get sick. Yeah. I like a good dry red. Those are great. And Zachrip, why does GitHub Actions try to display all of the logs at once and then just choke the entire page? I don't know. That is like the biggest problem with like using AI to analyze like action stuff. It's just like too much. It fills up the context and it'll cost you an arm and leg in tokens. So yeah, like it's just it's the fire hose. It really is. But JLem, does that mean your favorite episode is the Donald Pleasance Columbo episode? Your favorite episode of Columbo, I should say. Because that is one of my favorite episodes too. I like the one that was directed by Spielberg. That one's pretty solid. It's like episode one besides like the pilot. The Donald Pleasance wine episode is super fucking good. He's just such a fantastic actor. I'm trying to think of what my other like favorite episodes were. Those two are right there at the top. Yeah. There's the one actor dude. He's always got like the glasses and he's like super tall. And in one episode, he's like blackmailing people. In another episode, I forget what he's doing. He's always like, he's a super good actor. And it feels like he has like a good rapport with Columbo. Like the actor that played Columbo. So like there's good chemistry. Yeah. Like, JLM, I bet we watched the episode over on the gaming stream. Because, yeah, every once in a while I'll just put on, like, Columbo for an entire Sunday. Oh, the one. I always feel like the ending for it is kind of shit, but the one with, like, the boating and, like, the general that, like, shoots someone. That one's good. I just feel like it fucks up the pacing. Like, the ending just comes out of nowhere. But yeah, I don't know. Columbo's a good show. Y'all should definitely give it a shot if you've never seen it before. Anyway, let's get back to coding. It's a Friday. I don't need to be too stressed about it. But yeah, lens dialog. We're gonna call it lens status, I think. Yeah, that one's solid. I think I like most of it just because like the lead actress in it is really good. And I recognize her from other stuff, like old films, but yeah. And then like the rapport she has with her mother. It almost seems like they practiced that like cranky mother and daughter out of work vibe like super well. Like ditzy daughter, I guess maybe. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, it's a fun show. If you haven't seen Columbo before, it's a little slow going compared to TV shows of the modern era. But that makes it actually like really good to just put on while you're doing other stuff. All right, so we see the card. If I save it, right, we're going to see it in the page. It's going to be like down here. So we want to move that up. And we do that on the events page. But Jalen, how goes the podcast thing? Is that what you're like trying to knock out some work on? Wish VS Code could actually know if it even needs to update imports. There was nothing that it would have needed to change with that rename, but it shows it every time. I think that's bullshit. And what's up, Kaiser? Is that your name? Is a reference to the role? Is a reference to aristocracy? I've actually known someone whose name was Kaiser. I don't know how they spelled it, though. And it wasn't Soze. No, see, Code Shutter, come on. I saw that joke coming a mile away. No, this Kaiser, they used to work at Windell's, which was a snowboard camp. Now Windell's, I think, is a ski camp, like during the summer at Mount Hood. And there was like a pair of boots that I was buying from like their demo shop. And I had $100, or maybe like 150 or something. And it got to the point where, okay, hold on. No, I need to make change. Let's make change. Oh, here's change there. And like, we're like exchanging money. And by the end of it, I realized I accidentally pulled that whole like money exchange scam. I didn't do it. He's the one that initiated it. I would have let him keep the extra $20, you know? But then somehow through the exchange of money, I ended up having an extra 20 rather than whatever, right? So like somehow I got a free $20 out of that exchange. And I've still been like, I didn't do that on purpose. Am I just that person? But he's the one that initiated the whole thing and started doing like the shenanigans. So that was the weird part. But I replayed it so much in my head, like, no. Like, I have the amount of cash in my hands, and it's more than I should have after buying these boots. How? Right? Like, how? How? And then I performed a magic trick where I turned that extra $20 into barbecue and mac and cheese at the Skyway there in Welch's, Oregon. I'm going to come right out and say it. Some of the best barbecue I've ever had was actually at the Skyway. Because it's from like a Texas barbecue like chef who really knows his shit. And the mac and cheese he made is the best mac and cheese I've ever had. Hands down, best mac and cheese I've ever had. So I don't know if they're still in business. I haven't been back since post-COVID. But if you ever do make it to Mount Hood in Oregon, and you see the Skyway along the way, you should check out the Skyway. Some best food in the area. Like, it is the best food in the area. Right? Until you get to, like, downtown Portland and all that shit. There's no better food anywhere between there and downtown Portland. They used to do, like mini slider burgers. They also do, like, mini slider, like, like, pulled pork and brisket and some of that stuff, which is nice. It's just the best. Yeah. I hope they're still in business. Because I plan on going to Mount Hood this summer, I think. But yeah, I know, right? Filthy thief. But yeah, how you doing there, Zachrip? And then hold on. So you've been working on that application for the company in the Netherlands and doing some research for another project that you get paid to do. Oh, that's even better. So chasing where you can make money right now, and when you have time, you'll tinker with Voxport. Yeah, no, I totally get that, JLem. Yeah, no. Getting a job is more important than Voxport right now, for sure. Right? Like, you need that experience as a dev at a company, understanding, like, the software development lifecycle. Right? So I totally get that. Yeah, I'm hoping like Rocks Codes. I hope his podcast thing gets big enough to where he can start really considering less cracked engineers. I just mean like when he says cracked, he means like senior but productive. There's a lot of seniors that are less productive because a lot of their job involves bureaucracy instead. Like big company senior is very different from startup senior. No, and I totally get that, JLam. Like, yeah, no, Voxport is a nice to have. All the other stuff is way more important, for sure. No, you're dead on balls accurate there. What I was getting at though is like, you put in enough learning and thinking about like the podcast problem, and if Rox's business takes off the way he's hoping it will, I think that like institutional knowledge you have there could be valuable if he's willing to take a chance, kind of thing. I think that's the tough part though. Yeah, Rox is the man. Yeah, Rox is the man. I was gonna try and like add some extra detail to that. I don't think it's necessary. It's not a big deal. What is Rox up to nowadays? He has this podcast company thing. Flightcast. That's it. This is his thing. Gregor, Mr. Sir. And yeah, so real quick, Gregor, what are you up to? I saw you liked something I posted on LinkedIn a while back, like within the past week or two. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, so I don't speak German. Something about Git. What you do not know about Git. Okay, I was gonna say. Got it. Okay. So yeah, do is do, right? Like do host. Oh, that's the you, right? Like do host, you hate, right? So I get that part. Nicked. I was gonna think that was night, but like no, that's the not, right? The weeped. I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce that, but that's like about. And then was is what? I guess Uber is the word that I would have never guessed correctly. Like, I guess I didn't realize that Uber was. Oh, the weeped is no. Uber is about. Oh, okay. Oh, and the B is a is an SS. You got to be careful saying that there, Cotter. I believe if you were in Germany, you could get arrested for that. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. All right. Anyway, yeah. So Gregor, are there any like fun things that you dealt with via Git that was kind of fun? I happen to work at GitKraken. Git is kind of their bread and butter. I'd love to know some stuff that would be fun to shout out. Hell, I'd love to just hype up any content you're making around that. I think you make like courses and stuff. Are you making like a like you don't know Git kind of course? Because that could be cool. I'd happily help shout it out. But yeah, welcome everyone from Gregor's stream. We were getting sidetracked. Someone asked what Rox Codes has been up to. If you all remember Rox Codes here from Twitch, he is building out this platform called Flightcast, which is super cool. It's a little out of my price range. It's really for like the big time streamers, right? The big time podcasters. Hence the CEO dude, who's a big time podcaster. So that makes sense. But yeah, Rox is the CTO of this company, Flightcast, and I think it's super cool what he's done. So you looked into some of the inner workings of Git, the .git folder structure, what actually happens during a rebase, and what you can do with that. Oh, very cool, Arodra. I would say, have you guys looked at Jujitsu? Jujutsu? Definitely worth checking out because they do some like weird hacking and manipulation of the .git folder, but they are fully Git compatible, which is interesting. So yeah, it's like another way of like thinking about this stuff. And I believe JJ is kind of like incubated at Google, so it's not just some like random side project. Someone mentioned it, but you guys didn't look into it yet. That's fine. Like a bunch of the core JJ like team members are on, or at least participate in the Git contributor like summit stuff, which is super cool. And I got to just hang out and listen in on that, and that was awesome. That was really awesome. So yeah, I got to hear all about like stuff they're planning for Git, which isn't like super secret. It's an open thing. I'm pretty sure they share like their meeting minutes and everything publicly anyway, right? But yeah, it was just super fun to be able to like hang out, listen in, and like hear about some of the future of like Git, which is really cool. Like some of the commands, like the newer commands, are really just facades, or what do they call them? Porcelains, right? They're just like things that make some of the other internal workings easier to deal with. And I think that is an interesting approach because some of the core Git commands are a bit esoteric or just hard to understand, like when you need it and why, versus another higher level command that can just glue these things together as a process. I think that's really powerful. And yeah, they're planning a bunch of like really cool porcelains. So yeah. Like the Git stuff is just amazing to me. I'm just always so happy I get to like participate in any way. Let me get more music going. There we go. But yeah, so JJ does really cool stuff. I would say it's interesting what GitButler kind of does under the hood. And they're fully open source. You could look into what they're doing as well. They're also based in Germany. And I believe Herodra and Gregor and anyone else, like, if you're ever there, like, I know Caleb, one of the people we know, works at GitButler. And he would have more insight into, like, when they're hosting meetups and stuff. But they do host meetups in Berlin. So, yeah, like, keep an eye out for, like, GitButler events in Berlin. Because Scott Chacon, one of the guys who helped originally create GitHub, is, like, the main dude behind GitButler. And it's just really cool, like, I don't know, seeing what they do. Right? Technically, they're a competitor with GitKraken. I think they're doing different stuff, and what they're doing, I think, is awesome. And I'm hoping they keep doing it. I got no problem with it. I'm curious how they make their money. But I don't know. Maybe they don't have to. Maybe they got investors, and they're just burning investor money. But if you are in Berlin or SF, and it looks like even remote, they got these kind of roles they're looking for. Yeah, he's like the big, like, money guy, maybe, like, but I would bet that it's not all out of his pocket. So he has at least gotten other people on board to help fund the business, I would think. So for that reason, I think, yeah, they got a future, no matter what. Yeah. I think, hold on, there was like a place in that sentence for like a period. Yeah, there's no chance, period. He knows enough folks. Yeah, totally, I get it. Or maybe a comma could have worked. But the more punctuation I use, the more people are going to accuse me of being like AI, right? Yeah, I would say, I think technically a comma doesn't necessarily fit there. And by using a comma there, you're running the chance of writing a run-on sentence pretty quickly. Right? Like if that statement had gone with more, then yeah, it would have probably been a run-on sentence at that point. But yeah, I get it. I get it. I like thinking about writing in punctuation. I've never used an em dash in my life. Let me point that out though. Like, I find a random aside in parentheses more appropriate. Is it proper? No. But it's more like conversational. And I find, like, I've never seen a single em dash in Kurt Vonnegut's writing. Or Douglas Adams. They just don't use them. They just don't do it. And that's okay. I find em dashes to be a little hoity-toity. Almost elitist. But okay, so, besides just this random BS, the other thing we're working on here on stream for people joining from the raid, we are building a tool to listen for keywords on social media. And currently the only social media we handle is Blue Sky, Lobsters, and Hacker News. So it's very tech focused. But even with that like niche, you might have a keyword of ghosty. And we have 421 of these messages that have the keyword ghosty in them, right? But are all of these ghosty mentions the same? No, like some of them are actually Pokemon. Right? So at the bare minimum, we could set up a lens, which is our way of doing like LLM-based filtering, and we're using WebLLM for that because I don't want to pay token costs at the moment. I'm bootstrapped. I cannot, like, I would not be able to bounce back easily from someone abusing an LLM token vulnerability that allows them to, like, just hijack prompting in some way. And there are people looking for that shit all the fucking time. So for myself, I can prove out the idea of the lens without spending any money because the WebLLM stuff happens on your device as the user. And once we've gotten to a point where users are like, I love this, it just sucks that I have to download the model and run it locally, well, yeah, that's fine. Would you pay me money to not have to do so? And if the answer is yes, then absolutely, I will build that feature. If not, well, then I guess it stays WebLLM because no one's willing to pay for it. I'm okay with it. But the idea is simply like, could you create a prompt that is like, is this a possible bug report or something that should go into a GitHub issue? And then at that point, we can really like think, well, is this right here something that should go into a GitHub issue? Nah. No. That's fine. Yeah, would you pay money? Boom, ad time. Yeah, I delayed the ad twice already. I didn't want to use all 3 of my snooze buttons. I want to have one for later just in case. I had already snoozed 2 like ad blocks. And they should be quick, right? They're 30 seconds, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, so the idea is I'm building this service and I think it has value. And what I want to do is get these lenses going. And then eventually, based on lenses, you could set up, like, it's not a thing we have now, but eventually you could set up notifications strictly for that lens of a keyword match. Right now, it's notifications based on the keywords, when instead, yeah, we could attach them to lenses and get more value out of that. Eventually, I want to create agents that can do automated replies. We're going to start out with a naive version of agents that just crafts the reply and you copy and paste it. But then eventually, could it auto-reply on your behalf? And yeah, that's kind of the goal. I think solving this like social media manager problem of dealing with the fire hose, when you've got only one social media manager, how many platforms are they expected to like watch all day, every day for, you know, tags and notifications and jumping in where they can? That is a full-time job in and of itself, and they're also tasked with like creating content, right? Could we make their job easier by solving the filtering and auto response problem, right? Like the low effort response bullshit. I think so. That's my thought. I just want to make some money off this thing, man. One of these days, to the moon. And what's up, Nelixis? How you doing? And I do think we are to a point where I should probably start like cold calling and doing some of that sales outreach bullshit. I don't want to do that. I'll put out a tweet or two like, hey, are you a business owner and you want to listen for your stuff being mentioned on social media? Would you be willing to hop on a call? I could do a bunch of that. Sure. But yeah, I think at some point I'm gonna need to do the VC thing, right? Get venture capital to fund it, to pay for any of the AI bullshit, because I don't want to do that out of my own pocket. And then at that point, I'm probably gonna need to like either take on a co-founder or hire someone to really do like the sales slash customer thing. Now, I think the tricky part for sales is that now your commissions on any of these deals are not going to be big, right? Like based upon our pricing, there isn't a single like enterprise contract that a salesperson would be salivating for. So I'm not going to be able to get proper salespeople. So then what's my next path? Like, how do I hire someone who still gives a shit? Kind of thing. And I guess that's like go to market, like product marketing slash marketing, right? So yeah, that would probably be my first hire if I were to do this. I need marketing, go to market people. Engineering? I can do the engineering until until we need more people, and then I can like separate myself and go like more managerial. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's the tricky part. If I wanted to like get VC funding, I'd have to fill in the gaps that I don't solve. And that would easily be a marketing person, right? Like a CMO. I think I could do the DevRel part. So yeah, like that would probably be how this business pivots. I would hire marketing first, engineering second, and as I hire the engineering, I would pivot more to DevRel. As still being the CTO. Technically, like CEO slash CTO until I can hire a proper CEO or until I grow into that role. But yeah, I don't know. These are like all the things I'm thinking about. I'm definitely putting the cart before the horse because I need customers first. I need to create a proper pitch deck and start pitching first. So there's a lot of stuff between now and ever being able to hire someone. Still fun to think about, right? So yeah, that's where we're at. We can get back to code stuff. Let's actually keep doing it. I just broke something. I think it's a broken import. Yeah, lens dialog not found. Yeah, so we're in lens status. Yeah, we renamed that. That's what we were in the middle of. This is now lens status. So, you think Twitter's a good way to promote? In fact, this web reminds you of a case you saw in July. He posted on Twitter. Now he's got a good bunch of users. Yeah. I haven't been doing nearly enough like social posting about building in public. I'm still like embarrassed about the shareability of it. Like honestly, I need to get the site mobile responsive. I need to get open graph images going, and I need to get like frequently asked questions. And then from there, I'll feel a lot more comfortable sharing it out socially. But if I don't even have good open graph images and like preview material, it's kind of shit. And yeah, I need to start getting like a blog post pipeline going. And like, I don't know, right? I'm wearing the engineering hat and the DevRel hat at both times, and that's tough. And project management, and like just every hat, because it's a solo project right now. But I really do think I want to get to a point where it's socially shareable. I can start posting stuff, and then I really do think I could start pitching people. Like start working on my slide deck, like doing some of that. But yeah, I don't know. All right, one second. Yeah, exactly, JLM. Our PoE build matters way more. No, this was actually one of those things where I've been sitting there trying to go to sleep at night like, man, I should just be working on Messijo more. That's a good feeling. Actually, I actually love that. And yeah, Alpha Zero, if you want to share, that's fine. One second. If you're going to do a link, go for it. But if you just want to say his Twitter name, that's fine too. Yeah, I know Twitter and social media in general is a great way to build in public and boost your business and do all that stuff. I'm already building in public. In public. More so than the people that use the build in public tag, actually. Shit. But I don't socialize it enough on other platforms. So that's my mistake. Here's the craziest thing to me, though, right? When we go to Messijo.com, right? This number right here, 65 teams, that's maybe 65 people. It's probably less than that. It's more like 50 people. Still, 50 users besides myself. 66. Well, thanks whoever signed up. You're the best. Shit. But yeah, like, that is the thing that I think... Oh, he's got the broccoli haircut? Well, at least he's not, like, shaved on the sides, alright? Now he's just got curly hair. He can't help that. Alright, that's fine. But what I was getting at is... I got 50 users just from streaming it. And there are people out there in the world that would kill. Not kill, but like, holy shit, they're like scraping and fighting and just trying their best to get 50 people to even sign up. And y'all are willing to sign up and build and try it. just from watching. So yeah, like some of these people that do not build in public, I think they're fucking up because what they're building isn't novel. It's not something that someone's going to steal the secret sauce of and, oh my God, they stole your business, because most startups are not solving some crazy problems that require institutional knowledge and blah, 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 right? Like a lot of startups are just solving problems that everyone thought like, well, yeah, that's got to be a solved problem, right? So yeah, right? Faster than browser base. Oh. So parse.bot, oh, he's smart by not making it a proper link. Okay. $200,000 views. Yeah. I think here's the problem. I'm pretty sure I am massively deprioritized in the algorithm because I am vocally anti-Elon. And I've said so in a couple tweets even. So I don't think I can bank on going viral with this, with anything on Twitter. I just gotta like build organically, you know? I am the goat man. I am the walrus. Cuckoo choo. Nah, thank you, Majid. Yeah, no, Elon sucks. He's a poor man's version of a rich person. He's he's a stupid person's version of a smart person. Like he's an anti-technology person's version of a technology person. Like he is like the antithesis of anything good in basically anything he tries to do. He's a non-gamer's version of a gamer. You know, like, dude, he's just. Meanwhile, anyone who's in the know about any of that shit knows he's a fucking bullshit artist who sucks at basically anything he tries. Right? Like, think about it. If you're good at anything he's tried to do, you recognize how much he sucks at it. Like gaming. Dude had to pay someone else to level his PoE2 account for him. Like he doesn't even understand the point of gaming. Like what the fuck, dude? Like what the fuck, dude? If he's gonna miss that point, he's gonna miss every point. Like, what is that? It's Gel Man Amnesia or something like that. Where it's like you're reading the newspaper and, you know, you read an article about something you know about and you know the person who wrote it is full of shit because they're just obviously wrong all the way through it. But then you flip the page and read another article and take it at face value instead of recognizing that, no, everything they're posting is probably bullshit. If that last thing was bullshit. He is the walking embodiment of that. Elon Gelman Musk. He is the walking embodiment of that theory. Of that axiom, or whatever you want to call it. To people who don't know what the fuck he's talking about when he's talking about a specific thing, if they don't know it, he seems smart. He seems like he knows what he's talking about. And then to anyone in the know, bullshit. And then somehow, even smart people will think, well, yeah, he was bullshitting about that, but he's not bullshitting about this that I don't know about. No, he's always bullshitting. He's not even that good at lying, though. Because if he was good at lying, he would be able to lie to the people that know about what he's talking about. So he's not even good at lying. He's just confidently incorrect so much, you know? He's not even good at lying. He's good at being confidently incorrect. And those are very two separate things. But anyway, we don't want to make this a political stream. Sorry. No, get the politics out of here. I hate the fact that hating Elon became political. It shouldn't be. He's just an idiot. All right? That's not political, but he somehow made it political to hate Elon, which is fucking insane. That might be the greatest magic trick he ever pulled. I mean, I don't know, J-Lem. Don't you remember Last Dance with Mary Jane? Like, with them Indiana boys on those Indiana nights? There you go, Majid. Yeah, for sure. If he's ever convicted of something where he deserves the death sentence, that could be it. We just send him to Mars. Right? That could be his fucking death sentence. I'm not even sure I believe in capital punishment, but he deserves it if we do. You know? Like, his actions have absolutely killed people. Right? Like, defunding the shit that he defunded that wasn't actually fraud or abuse. Yeah. His actions have absolutely killed people. There's not a doubt in my mind. So yeah, at some point, we just need to defenestrate at least that billionaire. And when I say defenestrate, I mean throw out a window, but I mean our window to the stars. So just eject him into space and we're good. He likes to think he's Iron Man so much. Yeah. Figure out how to reverse that rocket in deep orbit. Good luck. I'll take a toast. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Wait, I'll cheers it here. Ooh. Hold on. I like when it focuses on it. Ooh, look at how clear that is. What is that? The fleur de lis? Yeah. I'm surprised. I've actually had this beverage glass since before I even started streaming. But yeah, cheers to you. I picked it up at a Value Village, and I like it for like the grip that like the fleur de lis like imprint leaves. Like it's extruded a bit. So yeah, like I don't know, it's better than just like a random glass. It's really nice. Hell yeah. Cheers, Lover. Oh, and yeah, let me do that too, and good to go. But anyway, let's get back to some coding. I know. I think it's only human to hate Elon. But we don't want to make that the entire point of this stream. Nah, it's fine, Lover. Yeah, anytime. I don't know what time zone you're on, but we will be playing some gaming tonight. If you do want to join in and just chat with us during that gaming, that's fine. I would at least encourage you to like watch the stream, right? The gaming stream, so that you're like at least aware of like what's going on as we're chatting about it, kind of stuff. But totally fine. Yeah, we're going to be playing some PoE2 tonight. The brand new season starts. It's going to be me and JLem at least. And anyone else that wants to play, it's on free weekend. So PoE2 is on a free weekend. You can download it for free. You don't have to do like the pre-order bullshit. Check it out. See if you like it. Me and JLem are happy to help you like bootstrap your character and all that. Yeah, like, we'll at least be hanging out. If it's only just me and JLem, well then, yeah, the more the merrier, for sure. But yeah, I want to get a good crew together for some PoE2, right? We can have up to 5, maybe 6 people in a group. Something like that. I forget the exact number. I think Ethan's going to join us. But yeah, like, I don't know, getting a good crew together for some gaming tonight sounds fun. Dota, Mario, and King of Fighters. Sure. I think it's up to 6. Yeah, for sure. I think it limits itself at 5 when it's like the anyone can join kind of thing. Oh, and wait, Glober, you don't play anything since you had that accident? I don't remember what accident you're talking about. And you don't have to like dox that if you don't want, but yeah, I don't think I remember what accident you're talking about. Oh, shit. Like 2 to 3 years ago. Okay. And how did it happen? If you're willing to share, again, you don't have to. You can walk again? Dude, fuck yeah, man. Oh, that's sick. Ah, well, I'm gonna cheers that. Dude, that's awesome, dude. Fuck yeah. How long has it been since you were able to like start walking again? Is that like pretty recent, or like, you know, has it been a while? Damn, man. Yeah, that's gnarly. I guess knock on particle board. Like, man, yeah, dude. It's so quick that like a spine or a neck injury can just fuck your entire life. Nah, I totally get it, man. Yeah, I totally get it. And that's totally worth it, man. So yeah, I'm happy for you, dude. Like, not about spending all the money, but have you been able to like work even with that? Like, if you're in software, no, I get it. I feel like software should be like inducive towards like remote stuff, or not inducive, but conducive or accepting, or I don't know. There's some word I was thinking. Whatever, doesn't matter. All right, so we got this section. We need to give it some space. And yeah, typical Friday. If I wanted to stress about getting shit done, it might as well be Monday. Oh. Oh, interesting. So it wasn't even like a spinal thing. Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, man. I'm glad you're stoked, dude. I'm glad you're doing good. Yeah, no, right? Totally worth it. Fuck yeah, dude. Damn, dude. Dude, that's fucked. No, and I get that. Yeah, that's fine, Glover. No, I get it, man. Yeah. Yeah, no stress. Man, it's like LinkedIn is crazy, man. I made a post like a week ago, and it's still getting a bunch of people like reacting and commenting. Like LinkedIn really does like show your shit to people for a really long time, man. It's really good for like the long tail like posting stuff. But yeah, no, I get it. Haha. Just haha. Only thing I ask of you, right? You said you're sorry, please forgive you, don't ban you, blah, blah, blah. Just be cool and be a regular human being. If that's hard for you, well, that's a bummer, but come on, man. Just be cool. I know, right, James? Are you playing some games tonight? You playing some PoE 2? Feel free to start whatever character or anything. Heyo! Yeah, I get it there, James. Yeah, touche. But yeah, I think we're getting the crew together for some PoE 2 tonight. You're welcome to join, as always. I gave a druid character a quick try. I was James. You might like this. The name I was able to grab was not Bombadil. Tom Bombadil was taken, but not Bombadil was not taken, so I got it. Yeah, exactly. I am definitely gonna go like plant druid with this one, and then I could always start another druid for other bullshit. But yeah, I'm pretty pumped on my not Bombadil name. So yeah, he's going like full on like plant stuff. Ababoo? Okay, all right. I don't even know what that's a reference to, but I get it. All right. Ababoo. What is that a reference to something? But yeah, I'd be pumped to play some PoE 2 with you, right? Just as long as everyone knows that we're trying to like grind through the story as quick as possible. So we're like sprinting, we're not like killing every single thing, right? Like just get through the campaign, get to end game so you can start funding other characters and see how you like them, right? Like because there's new ascendancies, there's all sorts of new shit. So if your instinct is to go with something cookie cutter, like a Pathfinder lightning arrow mate like character, just to like get other shit, then do it. Yeah. Babu Bear? Okay, yeah, I'm not even familiar. But yeah, like another one might be like Baloo, right? Another one could be like Bare Necessities. Just saying, if you're gonna go like bear character, oh, I got some names for you. Yeah, bear with me. Like, oh man, yeah. Oh, you're gonna run wolf. Oh, okay. So you're gonna go like the wolf pack, like summoning and all that. All right, no, that sounds fun. Bear seems good but slow. I think bear is actually kind of fast when you're using the like the jumping bullshit. I think it actually speeds up if you're using like the jump around mechanic. It looked pretty fast in the preview that I saw. But what's up, talented? Yes, Ivan, we are talking about some PoE 2 because the new season started today. You're seeing most are saying it's a slog to level. Yeah, no. So what I've seen in general is that Druid sucks for the leveling process, but it might be really good for endgame. I like the plant druid idea simply because I can throw the plants out and it slows shit down, so they're not coming at me so fucking fast, you know? And then that becomes even better if you can get people that can like freeze it as part of your group. But yeah, I don't know. I'm keen to keep trying stuff. I only made it just barely to the graveyard. Like, the quickest, like, just give me an hour, let me test out the character and see what I want to build kind of shit. Because there's no builds for Druid that are, like, legitimately good posted. But yeah, talented Mr. Sir. Yeah, we're doing some Messijo. We're thinking about some of the BS. Let me at least get like an MB, I'm gonna say 4. We're gonna go 8 there, and then I think we've got like an 8 here. There we go. Amadeus Mozart. Okay. Oh. That's super good. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. Like any variation of that would be really fucking good. Like you could even name it after one of his like symphonies or something. That would be really fucking good. Like Moonlight Sonata. Was that him? Shit. Hold on. Damn it, that was Beethoven. Fuck. I think it still works for like werewolves, but all right. Yeah, I had that one mixed up. My bad. My bad. Honestly, it still works. Just saying. So you got options. Right? A werewolf named Moonlight Sonata? Come on. That's pretty solid still. Even if it was Beethoven. All right, so lens status. You'll tell me in 3 hours or 3 minutes? Like, dude, it's already fucking way past the end of the workday on your side of the thing. I mean, come on, man. 3 mins. There you go. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. All right. Hell yeah. All right. So, hold up. I actually had a good thought. The run button goes away. Boolean. Okay, so I like it. I almost want to make the background of it like white. So it matches the active lens, right? Like if we created a second lens, that's a separate thing. So we make it white to indicate the activeness of the thing. We got a bunch of work to do with this BS, like on what we're showing and why. Oh, and sorry, 1 second. All right, so Magoo, I know you're coming here looking for a job and you probably don't even follow the channel, and that's fine. Oh, you do follow. All right, well, that's even better. Your question was, you like C# for Unity, but there aren't jobs in Argentina because they don't contract programmers from outside their country. Are you asking, should you go to .NET and ASP.NET? Are there people hiring in your country for that? Helvetica? Oh. Yes. All right, James, you nailed it with the name creation. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. I feel like if you're getting started now, you're going to be ahead of us by a little bit. But you could also help us power level. Oh, okay. You just wanted to like lock down a character real quick. I get that. Helvetica is solid. Nice. Yeah, for sure. It'll probably be at least 2 hours. Dinner now for you. Yep. It'll be at least 2 hours for me, and give or take some time as I transition or as I get stuck in some code. We'll see. But at least 2 hours. So, yeah. See you then, James, Mr. Sir. Are you going to be streaming it, actually? Hold on. You want to? All right. Well, let me do this real quick. If y'all don't know, James is the man. He's such a dude. You should definitely follow his channel. If you enjoy really good gaming, he does some good VR stuff. I don't know if you stream the VR stuff, but he does game dev over there too. Nah, for sure, man. But also, he might be streaming tonight while we're gaming together. And that sounds awesome. And if he gets going a little sooner, well, yeah, feel free to hop over there. I don't mind. Shit. But yeah, James does really good gaming content and also really good game dev content that I feel like I haven't seen for a while, so I didn't lead with that part. You're gonna be hanging out, but you'll be writing some docs for that project, Forging Blocks. I don't know that project, but sounds cool. Yeah, no worries, Glober. Like, yeah, anytime. I still just feel a little bad when you tried to join us and we were like, nah, man, we're trying to do a thing, right? I don't know. Yeah, I felt bad about that. We've had a couple people try and join the gaming voice chat in Discord when it wasn't necessarily appropriate. So, you know. You feel pressured for a good name now? Dude. It's a programmer's worst nightmare. Finding a name from a globally applicable, like, namespace? Fuck, that sucks, dude. Like, it's rough. Oh, yeah, so Glover, I might need to see the project again. If you want to give us a link, feel free. If you want to, like, shout it out later, too, or whenever, like, yeah, I don't mind. Oh, okay. I was wondering, what the hell am I getting, like, tagged about? But no, commit your code does, like, holiday shit, and they kill it. So yeah, no, I totally get that. That makes sense. Hell yeah, Glover, man. Yeah, anytime. Just let me know. All right, so yes, we're still building. We still want to make this look pretty. This section looks super fucking ugly. And yes, I'm going to pour another whiskey. I might want to slow down a bit. But you can't make me. But yeah, let's keep building some software, man. Like, dude, this is the best part. We are like fully just brainstorming, thinking, doing layout, like all of this together. I can't afford some designer. If I could, I'd be paying the Coppinger right now. But I can't afford him. Because he's just that good. So instead, I got to just make it work on my own. So one thing that's been bugging me, we need to make this ellipsist. It's just getting too long. No, and that's fine, Glover. Yeah, like, you do what you can as you can, and it's not a big deal. Like, never feel bad about doing your best. If it could have been better, well, that's fine. I bet it could have been better. Don't feel bad about it, though. Shit. This is a thing that I have from, like, my snowboarding days. Like, I might do a trick and land it, and a bunch of friends would come up like, oh my god, that looked so amazing. And then I see a video of it, and it's like, motherfuckers, you should have told me I pre-spun too much. You should have told me I flapped my arm, or I didn't get my grab as solid as I could have. You know? I'd rather know in the moment so I could do a better one, rather than just accept that as like, well, that's the shot of the day, I'm good. So yeah, I don't know. Just one of them things. I'm not sure how I relate it to, like, code. It's more like if someone gives you a thumbs up, but then you, like, review the code later and you're like, well, dude, like, how did you approve that? So, Cypher, or how do I pronounce your name? Is it Cypherate? Like, is the 8, like, phonetic? But someone coding, it is phonetic, so Stifferate. All right, okay. No, I like that. That's a good name. Does it mean something? Because I don't know the word if it does. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, perseverance pays off. You've been searching on and off all week for web dev people? Like, there are web devs here in chat. Okay, so you're a chef. Stifferate. What does that mean in a cooking context? Like, I've worked in kitchens. Like, I've been pantry. Nothing special. I've been prep cook for, like banquets, you know. I've been the highest paid dishwasher a bunch of times. Okay, so not on Twitch. Got it. All right. Nah, I guess not on Twitch during the day. There isn't enough web dev. I would say I agree with that. I think there should be more. Nice, a plate technician? Oh, is that what you call dishwashers? Okay, that's not bad. I like that. I feel like there's like a better description of it though. Like, as a dishwasher, I was a orchestrated slop technician. Because if you've ever seen like the dish pits like sink after spraying shit off, that slop is so fucking gross, but sometimes you have to like clear it because you don't have time to go dump it. Right? I'm talking about the sink before you load it into like the autochlor like system, you know? I'm talking like full on proper like, dude, the autochlor was like a 3-stage process itself kind of thing. Yeah, plate technician sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm talking like the sink for the pre-clean, right? Like the spray off. Dude, that sink is the gnarliest part of the entire process. And if you've ever worked with dishwashers that don't give a shit, you'll know that you're going to be calling out your autochlor technician weekly because they're not cleaning out the machine properly and it's leaving your glassware with like weird shit on it. Right? So instead, hire fucking dishwashers that do a pre-spray first rather than just like, yeah, dirty dish goes in, I'm done. Right? Like, you kind of get what you pay for when it comes to dishwashers. But yes, I remember being deep in the dish pit and the stack of plates was overwhelming and I was borderline stressing really hard about it. Right? Stack of plates, and then like the shift change from like lunch to dinner was happening at the same time. So like the chefs were not stacking their shit properly, so I was dealing with that too. And I just like, well, I don't have time to dump what's in the sink. I'm just gonna like swap it a bit with my hands so the water can drain. Just putting your hand into like the gnarliest slop you've ever seen. Nah, definitely not. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, the carbonized oven tray needs to go sit over in like the 3-sink, right? Our backup 3-sink, right? And just let it soak with a bunch of gnarly shit no one should ever touch. But it should not go into the fucking dish pit, you know? Because, yeah, any company with a legitimate fucking dishwashing machine still needs to have a backup triple sink. I had one entire day of my entire, I want to say 3 or 4 years doing dishwashing, only during the summers. So I might have missed like the other shit. But I had one single day where the machine was totally down and we had to triple sync everything. And that fucking sucked. That was one of the worst days I've ever worked. I ended up staying like 2 or 3 hours after everything closed. That day sucked. And at that point, hold on, one of the cooks decided to stop up the chef bathroom, right? The cook chef bathroom. And it was technically our job to unstop that. And the coworker I had did that part and then was like, fuck it, I'm out. And I saw him walking out like from the window. Like, good job, man. If I didn't want to work here next year, I wouldn't have done it either. Like, dude, I've seen some shit as a dishwasher, man. It was gnarly. That dude, right? Like, someone called me down like, hey, here's this thing. And I was like, all right, less senior dishwasher. We got a problem in the bathroom downstairs. So I'd rather him handle that and I can do the triple sync thing than have to deal with like the mountain of poop that I saw. It was gnarly. It was fucking gnarly. It was literally a mountain of poop. A mountain of poop I've never seen besides one time where I did a bunch of mushrooms and had to poop. And that was the absolute worst mushroom experience I've ever had. What did you miss, Glober? Me mentioning mountains of poop. And flop. Tomato. No, I think Glober caught the slop part. But yeah, what up there, Stiferate? What does your name mean, though? I'm really curious about that. Like, you mentioned kitchens, but like, what does your name mean? Like, I've never heard that term in a kitchen. But I just might not be experienced enough. Yeah, so Stiperate there. Oh, it's like stir fry. It's a take on stir fry. Okay. To stir fry something is to stiperate it. I get it. No, that makes total fucking sense. I get that. Oh, and then you ate it. All right, there you go. Now, it's a new word for every single person here in chat. It's not a real word. Let's just point that out. All right? It's not a real word, but we can make it one because that's how words work. Right? Stir-fried vegetables? No. Stiperated vegetables. Nailed it. That's just science. Yeah, nailed it. All right, so what are we up to? We are building this application. So just real quick, the project command gives you at least a little context. It's about listening for keywords on social media with only a small set of social media platforms at the moment. but being able to get an event for that. So Ghosty is the editor I'm using over here, right? Right? That's the, or not editor, but the terminal I'm using, Ghosty, sure. But, you know, I created a keyword for Ghosty, and then at times we'll notice that, like, well, yeah, someone might use the word Ghosty, but it's actually a ghost type Pokemon that they're saying out loud. So, yeah, we get this haystack of 421 events. How do we know any of these are actually worth responding to? And that's what we're using AI and LLMs for, to analyze. But how do we surface that analysis into the app, and how do we like show that to the user? And that is our thing that we're working on right now. So we're using WebLLM, which is just AI in your own browser rather than calling out to some third party. And that allows us to prototype and deal with this shit and let users try it without it costing me a fucking dime. Because I am bootstrapping this application that I would like to make money from, but I don't have any paying customers right now besides myself, because I had to make sure that that form actually worked. So yeah, there is at least something to... I need to find paying customers, and I think solving the haystack problem is one way to do that, because I don't think you can do that with other competitors, you know? Now, could my competitors be watching? Abso-fucking-lutely. Could they move as quickly as I can? Nope. So that's the goal. Like, can I build this out and prove some ideas and eventually try and hit up some, like, VC funding to make this a proper business versus just me hacking on it in my own time? I'd love to make this and other things a full-time job versus needing to have another job. I'd be taking a massive pay cut if I did make this my full-time job, because nobody wants to pay a founder more than like $120K a year. Like, even $120K is like top of the top for a founder for a business that doesn't make massive profit. Meanwhile, I make more than that at my current job. If I were to take VC funding, they would basically require that I'm full-time on this. So I'd be taking a pay cut. I could still do contracting on the side, and they couldn't stop me, though. So yeah, our main plan is we were doing some stuff where we had a button and it did a thing and it prompted and gave us like a processing of these events, and we had that part totally fucking working. But now we've decided to change all of that into a status value of the currently selected lens, which is that LLM filter, right? And this lens now needs to show like status that we care about. And that's the step that we're on right now. So that's what we're building. You know, if you have other questions, I'm happy to answer. I'm curious, like, where you're a chef at. You don't have to say, like, the company or the restaurant, but, like, what state are you in? I'm always curious about that, too. And I'm guessing, since you're here in, like, a web stream, are you trying to pivot to web dev from chef stuff? Magoo, I didn't start actually like fully pursuing dev until I was like 30. I think maybe like around 28, I started doing my like 2-year degree, and it only took me 3.5 years because I did it during the fall and the spring for the first 2 years of it so that I could keep snowboarding. But yes, getting a late start into tech is absolutely fucking viable. And I think it's actually better. Because people that get into tech fresh out of college, they just lack a level of life experience that is really hard to fake and really hard to learn, you know? Like you can't even learn it. You just got to do it. So there's a level of just like life experience that people getting into tech later have. And I think it boosts them up as juniors compared to like a junior fresh out of college. I'm not saying don't do the college thing. I am saying use your knees while you got them. Because your knees go bad over time no matter what. But let me get more music going. And I do have to go pee. So let me go use the restroom. BRB. 1 sec. And real quick, Glober, no, I've never done any Java significant. Alrighty, and I'm back again. You're in Northern Ireland. Okay. Way out of your league, but interested in learning what I got going. I mean, honestly, dude, there are going to be people that push back and say 51's too old. Nah, man. I'm going to push back and say my mom, and I know this is anecdotal, so take it easy, but my mom at the age of, I want to say around 50 at least, she didn't know any SQL whatsoever. She had done some Access, she had done some like some COBOL shit, right? She learned SQL at the age of like 50 plus and was able to do some major shit for Microsoft. Like, we're talking queries that would run for like days. She would optimize to the order of hours. So like a 2-day query on so much fucking data, right? We're talking like billions and billions of rows. She would optimize those queries down to 6 to 8 hours. Like, holy shit, massive business value. But she didn't even know SQL at the time. She just funneled herself into it. She had been doing programming. She had been doing major shit at major scales of data, right? Like COBOL at a level in telephony. That totally, like, that is still totally valid towards major scale data stuff in other languages, whatever. So I just want to say, like, as long as you give a shit and you care, you can be really fucking good at what you do at any point in your life. It's about giving a shit. There are so many people, 40 plus, that just don't give a shit anymore. Talented. Used to work with a dude that was 65. He was a brilliant software engineer, was completely up to date with modern trends at the time. He got caught doing something naughty at work and they fired him. Yeah, dude didn't give a shit anymore. There are many different like facets to not giving a shit. he didn't give a shit in the way that gets you fired. You know? Versus like someone else who doesn't give a shit and that gets you retired. You know? It's a different thing. But Boye, is that how I pronounce your name? Is that correct? Is the 88 like the year you were born? Because if so, you sweet summer child. Dude, you got your entire career ahead of you. I'm an 84 baby. Dude, you got plenty of time. Don't worry about that. But I'm not saying it's easy living. I'm saying you have to give a shit, you have to care, and you have to be at the forefront of tech. Right? That's a big thing, and that requires effort. The thing that separates, in my opinion, people that get into tech later is they're willing to put in the effort usually. And if you're willing to put in that effort, you're fucking good, right? People fresh out of college, it's 50-50 whether they're willing to put in the effort. So yeah, man, like no matter what, effort is a thing that you cannot truly quantify. But it's actually like multiplicative on other things in your career. You can be gifted, you can be smart, you can have opportunity. Those things are fine. But effort multiplies any of that shit. And at some point, when you really think about the math of it, the person who keeps putting in the effort will eventually get past the person with talent. And yeah, exactly X Factor, right? It's like, hold on, message, right? It's like from, right? Don't be a menace, right? Message, right? Totally, absolutely. Message, right? Put in the effort. No one can take that away from you. The tech you learned might go away. But you can learn new tech if you put in the effort. And that separates you from the people not willing to put in the effort. And as you get older, more and more people just don't want to put in the effort. Most devs who have been a dev for 20 years just don't want to put in the effort anymore. And that's why they actually get replaced very easily and quickly. Once they hit that point of not putting in the effort. They can coast for a while. And it's nice to coast. But you know what? Effort. Effort is the number one thing that will separate you from your peers in some way. So either make that a positive, or it'll become a negative, whether you like it or not. Damn, this should be a fucking YouTube short. Shit. All right, let me go write it down after I pour some whiskey, obviously. Oh, shit. Hold on. Well, I should have emptied it first. That was stronger than I wanted. I like to try. I mean, so hold on. I realize your name is technically Stiferate. If I called you Stir Fry, would that be acceptable? Or do you want like the full Stiferate? I just want to make sure I get the name right. It's totally up to you. I think either one is easy enough for me. So it's more about your preference. Do you want to be called stir fry or do you want to be called Cypher 8? I mean, it's really up to your preference. I'll keep saying Cypher 8 because that's what your name literally is in my reading of it. I'm just saying, you have the power, and I have the memory to remember it, I think. But yeah, cheers all the way from Glasgow. Cypher is cool. I mean, I think I'll probably say Cypher 8. It's just one more syllable, that's fine. But if you prefer Cypher, I can do that. If Cypher is the preference, I gotcha. Thank you, Cypher. But yeah, so cheers all the way from Glasgow. A Glaswegian, right? But hold on. That's Ireland, right? Scotland. God, same thing. I'm kidding. I'm so sorry. No. Not the same thing. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to start another war over this shit. My bad. All right. Scotland. Totally separate. Shit. Right? A new war broke out in the UK because some streamer couldn't actually remember which is which. Y'all remember the Troubles? Yeah, it's even worse now. Thanks, Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Newsflash. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, we're chilling. Did I say that right, though? Like, someone from Glasgow is a Glaswegian? I feel like I've seen that written before, but maybe it was a typo. I don't know. Scotland and Ireland are part of the UK, Glober. The UK is the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom, at least as far as I'm aware, includes Scotland and Ireland still. Right? There was a war fought within the past 40 years over that shit. I forget how that ended, but I believe that it's still part of the UK. Yeah? All right. Just making sure. There have been movies made about this. For sure. I love the movie The Jackal. With, shit, what's his name's really bad Irish accent? What the fuck's his name? God damn it. The dude from Pretty Woman. I'm spacing on it. I'm fucking spacing. Shit, man. I'd have to look it up. God damn it. And I don't want to. Richard Gere? It's something Gere. I think it's Richard Gere. Yeah, all right. We got there in the end. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, The Jackal is fucking good. It's a great film. Besides his really bad accent, it's definitely worth watching. Like, every other Irish character in the film has a way better accent. Am I accurate in that assessment? Maybe the others are worse. Like, they're still not, like, accurate. But I feel like as far as Irish characters in that film go, Richard Gere's the worst one. Because he's faking it. Whereas at least I think the female lead, or the female character that has the Irish accent, she's actually Irish. I could be wrong, though. So hold on. Glober, 1 second. This was a minute ago. You think you did watch some concert from Cradle of Filth or something like this? Cradle of Filth? It's not literally a Cradle of Filth. Oh, no. Oh, that'd be dreadful. Yes, I've seen enough IT Crowd. Okay. I've seen enough IT Crowd. I'm aware of Cradle of Filth. I'm massively aware of Cradle of Filth. He's the dude that can sing 2 notes at once. Because he does some weird, like, embodiment of, like, some kind of, like, chant singing bullshit. Oh, really? You're not aware? Yeah. The singer of Cradle of Filth can hit 2 notes at once. Usually they're like an octave of each other, so it's kind of cheating, but whatever. Yeah, it comes from basically like some kind of like throat singing bullshit. So he doesn't use Mongolian throat singing, but his extreme vocals, especially high shrieks, involve complex false vocal fold constriction, inhale screaming, and rapid true focal vibration with falsetto, right? All right, so he's not using a Mongolian throat singing shit. That was at least like a rumor back in the day. That he was using like Mongolian throat singing bullshit. There was another thing that he used like the same like vocal technique that didgeridoo players use, where they can do like that, like they do the thing but then they breathe kind of at the same time, so it sounds like forever notes. I'm pretty sure I remember reading something about that too. I don't fucking know, man. It's not a music I listen to on my own, but I respect it, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, Cradle of Filth is not my cup of tea. Oh, and hold on, Hacksaw over on YouTube. Coasting will bite you in the end. Yeah, coasting is a bad idea. Just don't coast. Jazz trumpeters can do that technique too, where they can hit like 2 notes at once, kind of thing. Or you're talking about like the circular breathing. You're talking about the circular breathing. Yeah. Like it's super fucking cool. Like kind of brilliant. Yeah, the circular breathing. Yeah, kind of genius. And then real quick. It's not Mongolian, but it used to be called guttural vocals, but maybe Danny Filth did the fry technique. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember hearing rumors about it because I was like loosely into metal shit in high school. Like very loosely. I was a fan of Tool, but I had friends, sorry, not fans. fans. I didn't have fans in high school. I had friends in high school that were fans of some of the, like, the deeper bullshit, you know? Nah, the heaviest I got in high school was fucking Tool. And that's it. I appreciate that, Kenny. Thanks, Kenny. I appreciate that. I do like this. Like, should I actually kick this stream to just chatting? Like, more often than not, because we kind of are. But I'll keep working, you know? I almost need to, like, I need to create a bot that listens to what I'm saying and changes the category for me on the fly. That's not a bad idea. Holy shit. No, that's going in my Trello board for sure. That's going to the top of the list on the short list. You think it's the alcohol doing its thing? I mean, yes, but also, eh. Hacksaw, yes, I could train it on my past streams. That sounds really fucking expensive. Oh, yeah, dude. I can't afford that. Nah, man, I'd rather have it guess and be wrong. I'm not made of money. No, I get it. Like, most of the people that are here just to hang out with me don't care if I'm doing, like, the just streaming versus, or the just chatting versus, like, actually, like, hacking out code. But other people do, you know? Other people do. So, that's fine. Let's keep hacking shit out, man. Honestly, I don't want to hack shit out. I want to make this feature fucking work. I want it to be the thing that actually starts making me some money. Ish, you know. I want it to be a feature I'm fucking proud of that solves the problem, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of work. All right, so it's after midnight. Yeah, it's super late for you, like where you're at. But yeah, like, Cypher, Stir Fry, Cypherate, whatever you want to be known as. I'm here 5 days a week. I'll see you again soon. I'm surprised that you didn't find this stream earlier this week. And that's a little weird. I'm a little surprised, but whatever. We'll see you again soon. I'll be here tomorrow. I do take Sundays off most of the time, holidays notwithstanding. But yeah, 5 days a week. In general, on average. I'll see you again. No worries, though. enjoy. I also do cooking on my gaming stream, but it's a little past your bedtime. Like, no offense, I get it. But yeah, have a good night. Yeah. But I do cooking streams on my gaming stream sometimes. If I can end early enough that sounds fun, you can roast me on my, how I slice my onions and shit. I'm okay with it. It's fine. But later, have a good night. So Hackstore is saying, I think I would probably get more views on just chatting and possibly get someone into coding that wouldn't otherwise. Yeah, maybe. I totally get that. Hackstore, you're not wrong. I should branch out more. There's a lot of shit I should do. This comes back to that, like, coasting comment you made. I can just coast. And coasting's easy. Coasting's really easy. But yeah, no, honestly, if we think about this thing that we just made, like, honestly, that's not bad. And we could build that here on stream. You want to learn to code? Like, absolutely do it, man. Yeah, just put in the effort. If you're looking for a place to, like, learn web dev, yeah, free code camp. Go for it. Nail it. Do it. Whatever. In your 30s, like, yeah, man, do it. But, like, here's the biggest thing, Porty. And let me just double check. All right. So yeah, your account's old enough that you're probably not trolling. Yeah, man. Put in the effort. Porty, the number one thing you can do is make sure that you are putting in the effort. If you're not putting in the effort, nah, man, you're fucked. But if you're willing to put in the effort, day to day, every fucking day, cutting out gaming time, etc., I totally believe in you. You can totally do it. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Porty. I mean, I just want to say, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. You have to put in the effort. No one's going to just give you a job because you did something. Oh, it's Portnoy. I could say Portnoy. That's fine. Yeah, there you go. Boye. Yeah, for sure, man. You're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. The only thing that separates you from anyone else trying to get into this shit, even like the juniors, the people fresh out of college, effort. Effort. How much effort are you putting in? How much effort are you doing towards, like, building shit? Doing other things? Like, anything related to tech. How much effort are you putting in? And that will absolutely separate you from every single fucking college graduate, every single fucking 30-plus-year-old that's just coasting. Effort. You can't fake effort. You can't do it. Even the person that fakes their fucking GitHub timeline, right? Like that, like the green squares. Even that person can't fake effort because Oh, well, what were you doing for this past year? They have no answer because they didn't put in the effort. The only thing that is defensible as a late joiner to tech is effort. If you're willing to put in that effort, dude, there are jobs for you. Sorry, Boye, that got held because we don't let links go automatically, but what is the thing that you just linked? Like, what does it do? What is the point of that? And I'll add you to regulars anyway. Yeah, no, I get it, but what does it do? Like, what's the point? Why did you link it? Like, that kind of thing. Like, context. Context is king. I'll add you to the regulars if you want to be lazy about it. But again, like I was saying, effort. Describe to us why someone should click a link to the thing. Right? Effort. Ooh, Glover. Wait, Neil Peart as a teacher? Wait, who the fuck had Neil Peart as a teacher? That sounds amazing, dude. And I know it's not Neil Pear, but Neil Peart. I get that. Like, sure. But yeah, Boye, I just want to say, like, why should we care? Like, why is it valuable? What value have you gotten? Provide that context, and then you're fine. Provide the link. Because you're now allowed to do links, but don't just spam the link without effort. You know? Mike Portnoy? I don't know who Mike Portnoy is. And that's fine, Boye. Like, you can share it now, but, like, why is it useful? Give people the context before the link. That's the only thing I'm pushing back on. You can do links now. You can absolutely do a link, but explain why. All right, so Glover, right? He's the drummer from the band Dream Theater. Oh, okay. So Mike Portnoy is way cooler than Dave Portnoy, is what I'm gathering from your comment. I'm aware of Dream Theater. Sure. Joe Satriani was the teacher of the dude who's the guitarist of Metallica. Like, the main guitarist, not fucking... No, like singer dude, right? The proper guitarist. Joe Satriani taught that dude, right? Like, yeah, man. Major guitarists teach other major guitarists. That's a thing since forever, for sure. I forget the name of the dude from Metallica. Not fucking like singer dude who grunts into the song and calls it singing, you know? I'm talking the other guy. Kirk Hammett. There you go. Thank you, Code Shutter. Kirk Hammett learned from Joe Satriani. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Yeah, you can look it up. Has Joe Satriani made any fucking album anyone actually wants to listen to? Barely. Like, dude. Surfing with the Alien is his best album ever, and it has 2 good songs on it. Right? But could Joe Satriani teach the next generation of really good fucking musicians? Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. And that is something that I find interesting. because I come from the world of snowboarding where, like, yeah, those who can't do, fucking teach. Yeah, dude, every instructor I've ever met fucking sucks, dude. They are so shit. So shit at what they do. Like, as far as snowboarding goes, like, most instructors are absolute shit at what they do. Like, to the point where you should not listen to an instructor about, like, freestyle snowboarding. Chula Chula, you're not wrong, man. Like, how much have I typed in the past X amount of minutes? How many minutes do we think is important? So here's the thing, Chula Chula. I type slower than 10 words a minute all the fucking time. Easier than having a bot do it? Well, it would still be a bot. It'd be a bot doing those things because I don't want to take the time to change shit because I don't want to do it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would much rather have a bot change my category for me than do it myself because I'm never going to do it myself because I just don't care enough. Keyboard input versus sentiment analysis. Like, honestly, it's kind of tomato. I could use any metric I want, right? Like, the tool would be the thing that does the thing, and then the measuring metric, right? The metric itself is ephemeral, and we could, like, swap it out for other shit. Do I want to implement AI or an automation? It would be the same exact thing. It'd be an automation driven by AI. Most likely. Or an automation driven by something as basic as how many words have I typed in the past minute? There are all sorts of things we could do, right? To solve the problem the right way requires trying all of them, basically. And I'm down. I got time. Dude, it's a fucking Friday. Am I doing anything right now? No, but I do have other stuff I want to work on right now. So this is a task that, yes, it sounds so easy. Just implement it already. Well, no, dude. I got other shit I want to do. And I get it, Chula Chula. I get it, Portnoy. Like, yeah, man, like, there's so much we could do. But we're still at the project manager level of which things should we do? And right now, the thing we should be doing versus what you see on screen is I should be building out this part. It's just a Friday, and we should all enjoy the moments we have together, right? Together, even. Shit, why not? But no, I get it, man. Should I be more productive? Should I? Yes. Am I? Eh. Would I? Eh. Hair lip. Hold on. Does anyone know the joke I'm referencing right there with the would I? Oh my God. Hold on. Let me at least say the joke. Two guys walk into a bar. One of them is missing an eye and has a prosthetic. And the other had like, like cleft palate like surgery, right? And they're sitting there hanging out and they're chatting. Yeah, am I clipping? I shouldn't be clipping that much. We should be good. Maybe I'm yelling. I should be fine right now, though. I think my gain should be good. But then at some point, someone's like, oh man, would you have sex with Marilyn Monroe? That's what, like, You know, the guy with like the missing eye says. To which the cleft palate guy says, like, would I? Would I? And the other guy's like, hair lip, hair lip. It's a really old school fucking joke because no one makes eyeballs out of wood anymore, right? Yeah, damn right, one playing. This is a joke my dad told me 30 fucking years ago. Does it hold up anymore? I don't think so, but whatever. I got to share that with a whole new audience. My dad would be proud. Would I? Would I? Hair lip, hair lip. For everyone unaware, hair lip is like the name given to people that have like the cleft palate problem that they're born with. They can't fucking change, so like it's not their fault. But it is known as a hair lip, where you have like your lip that was joined together at birth and it has that like scar in the middle. One of the most famous people with that was the detective from the Up in Smoke fucking Cheech and Chong movie, right? I forget his name right now. Sergeant Sedenko. He absolutely has a hair lip, and he grows a mustache most of the time because of it. And it covers it up, and it's fine. But yes, he absolutely has a hair lip, and he has that scar. And that's the thing people deal with. So, just saying, like, framing the phrasing of 40 fucking years ago. And I think nowadays, that surgery has gotten way fucking better. But still, it's a thing. It's whatever. Right? Meanwhile, like, the would I problem, nah, that shit's been solved in another major way that's kind of crazy. I would guess, like, the fake eye problem will be solved, like, absolutely in the next 5 to 10 years. Where someone with a fake eye will be able to, like, look you in the eye with just a real one. And this shit's just driven by taking the data from this eye and focusing and moving the eye based on that shit. Whether people want to opt into that surgery, that's up to them. But I do believe within 5 to 10 years, we could have like the whole fake eye, lazy eye problem solved, you know? Which I think is really fucking cool. Would I? Would I? I get it, Portnoy. That's a solid joke. That is actually really nice. Touche, touche. As far as side project hell goes, like, what wasn't made obvious in that video? And I'll happily explain more. But if you haven't seen it, hold on. Here's me shilling for people to watch that video. I'm curious. If I type in side project hell, we get my YouTube or my blog post. Sure. We actually see the video come up too. Hey, there we go. So yeah, side project hell, man. All right, there we go. So, Argument Ultra. You like videos, but not this one. That's fine. I do think maybe you're trolling, though. Account created less than a month ago. Sorry, my bad. A little over a month ago. Yeah, I'm just saying, Argument Ultra sounds like a troll that has absolutely nothing better to do. And that's kind of sad. Right? Like, listen to their counter argument. to someone else pointing out, like, just watch something else, man. No, they're here to fucking troll. They're here to make it our problem that they have no other hobbies. Yeah, no, exactly one plane. They're a fucking troll. They're the most obvious troll we can think of. Uh-huh. It's kind of crazy, right? Oren, can you just be cool, man? Portnoy, I would say no, there is no clear this or that versus those things. Because either way, all you're looking for is something to talk about when someone asks, like, what's a cool problem you solved lately? If you're building a big project or a small project or a bunch of small projects, it's the same thing. I feel good about that video. I feel really good about that video. Is that vid in the spirit of Hal fixing a light bulb from Malcolm in the Middle? No. No, it's more about just recognizing that even small projects give you something to learn from, right? So whether it's a big project or a small project, your next project is better because of whatever you've done prior to it, right? And that's the biggest point, right? Side project hell, yes, you've done a bunch of shit that you didn't launch or you didn't do something, but did you learn something from it? And does it make your next project better? And the answer for that should be yes. And if it isn't yes, then figure out why you didn't learn something from that project. And I would say stop making projects like that if you didn't learn something. Am I going to continue to post to YouTube? I want to. I really want to. I'm super fucking lazy about YouTube. I hit partner on YouTube just by posting my VODs. And I feel like that killed a bunch of motivation to, like, make videos. Well, I'm already partner. Fuck it. You know? I think people should just watch me more on YouTube. Sure. But no, instead I should make videos. Videos have a more long-lasting impact and are more valuable towards selling yourself, etc. Right? Become double partner. Yeah. No big deal. But the idea is just simply, if I can get YouTube videos to go to a major level, I could start soliciting sponsorship for videos. And then at that point, I can do anything I want. Theo style. Now, granted, would I be like Theo and stress about, oh, is someone going to beat me to, like, launching a video about this thing? No. I would never make content like that, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. But I believe Theo actually enjoys that shit, so I don't think he sees that as a problem. You know? Theo enjoys making current events content. And I think most of us, whether we agree or disagree with him, benefit from Theo making that content. Because whether we like him or not, I like him. I think he's a good dude. But I only know him personally. And you guys know him from content, and that's separate. I don't watch any of his videos. I don't watch videos. But what I'm getting at is, there is a level to which some of this shit just needs to be made. And someone has to make it. And if Theo's the one making it, good job, man. Someone had to do it. Is it for me? No, it's not for me. But should that matter to him? Fuck no. Hell no. It should matter absolutely like less than nothing to him. You know? So hold on. Let me keep reading shit. You feel like sometimes in the internet there are so many videos showing only the good thing of the dev job, that people think everything will be perfect, high salaries, etc. Right? People need the truth, like what I told you. I get that, but does that make a compelling like YouTube video? It doesn't. It's a good conversation, absolutely. But not every good conversation is a good YouTube video. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I could be totally fucking wrong. I have no idea. All right. Tried to get that last drip. I hit my lip. But I can pour more whiskey. And then problem solved. Yeah. I guess the biggest thing, right, between YouTube and Portnoy and everyone else jumping in various ways. This stream specifically is technically about getting shit done. But I have days in which nothing gets done. Those days are called Fridays. But yeah, I mean, I like to do more. I'm just saying. Right? Like there's a time and a place for everything. That time is called college or university or whatever, right? On a CM Griffing stream, there's a time and a place for bullshitting, and those days are called Fridays. I just happen to bullshit other days too. What am I working on? Didn't I describe that already? I probably didn't. Whatever. So yeah, my main project. We have a command for it. It is !project. That's like the general thing we're doing. There's more to it. It's not just blue sky. The exact task that we're on, well, that is normally summed up in our today command. Sorry for the burp. But yeah, my main point is I put in a little bit of effort ahead of time. Again, there's that word effort. I put in like the smallest amount of effort to have a project command that is kind of what we're doing. And then every day, every time before I stream, right, when I'm starting stream, I create a today command that is specific to exactly what I'm trying to do today. So that command is absolutely fucking accurate with what I'm trying to do. And if you didn't know about it, don't feel bad. That's fine. I don't make it that discoverable. And hey, what's up, Skyballer? Mr. Sir. I assume there's some kind of like promo happening this weekend for Madden stuff. What are like the coolest like cards that were released? Anything you're like pumped on? And if they haven't released anything, well, whatever. Like, what's your favorite card at the moment? Skyballer here came into chat yesterday. You're waiting on the Michael Vick card. Okay, touche. Is that the one where he typically has like one and the other, right? You're looking for like either the halfback card, like the out of position, or the quarterback card. Are you looking for the quarterback card? Is that it? Are you a mobile QB dude? Because I would hate playing against you. I'm going to have to fucking leave a fucking QB spy on every fucking play. How dare you? I get it, though. It's fine. Do what you want. So, yeah, Skyballer here is actually familiar with Stream because one of our close friends, Danielle Freak, who's just awesome. I've actually known Danielle for like 8+ years, I think even before I started streaming, which is insane. Danielle is a major sports gaming streamer. So he plays MLB The Show, he plays Madden, whatever. He raided Skyballer a couple days ago, or a week, sometime within the past week, and Skyballer thought that I was the person that did it because he went to Danielle's stream and saw me being like the hosted recommended streamer. Dude, yeah, Danielle is so fucking cool. So yeah, Skyballer, I'm happy for you. The fact that you know Danielle now, Danielle is so fucking cool. He's the nicest dude. Like, in the entire Madden community, he's the nicest dude. So yeah, I'm stoked that you're getting to know Danielle better. That's fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. He's in our fantasy football league. Yeah, no, it's an easy confusion to make. It was just really confusing yesterday. So I'm sorry, Skyballer, that I was so suspect. Like, you know. I was like, hold on, who's this fucking spammer? No, it makes a lot of sense, and I totally get it. No, Danielle is the best person you know. Danielle is the absolute nicest, coolest, best person in the Madden community. I hope you know that, right? For sure. Yeah, dude, Skyballer. Again, I don't have to be on edge. It's just something I do, and it makes me a jerk because of it, so I'm sorry for being suspect on you. You're good, man. You're totally fucking good. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. Even if you don't enjoy any of the content I'm doing, if you enjoy the chat, that's a win-win. But Coding with Caleb, Mr. Sir, we even shouted out Get Butler earlier because we got a raid from Gregor Biswanger. So let me at least shout out Gregor. I'm hoping I remember how to spell his name. No, hold on. No, it's shout out Gregor. That's it. So yeah, they're Coding with Caleb. Yeah, I shouted out Get Butler. I shouted out the fact that you guys host a thing in Berlin. And Gregor is like Germany native. I don't know where in Germany, right? Tomato, tomato. It's a small enough country. Fuck it. Sorry, don't hunt me down because of that statement. But yes, I did let him know, and he was digging into, I mean, you can at least, I feel like, Caleb, you speak enough German that you understand what he's saying, but it's like what you don't know about Git or something like that. At least as far as someone else told me. And it sounds like to me, you or anyone from the company should be hanging out in his chat during like German times. Totally up to you. I'm just saying. Gregor is such a dude. Gregor has rated here just so many fucking times. I couldn't even possibly pay it back. But I am saying, if you are German, if you speak German, if you listen to German, if you understand it, Gregor is a fucking dude, and you should definitely chat. You should definitely give him a follow. Yeah, for sure, Caleb. Your German is poor? That's okay. I think he speaks English just fine. I think he allows English in his chat. But also, whenever you guys have an event, make sure you shout it out over in his chat, because that is absolutely the group that would benefit the most from knowing that you guys are having an event, right? So that's all I'm saying. Whether you watch him on a regular basis or not, when Git Butler hosts another Git Butler event, fuck yeah, dude, you should hit up Gregor's channel and hype it up in any way you can. As long as he's okay with it. I didn't get permission or anything, but yeah, no worries, man. Dude. Different companies, same team. Whether my boss embodies that, I embody that. Different companies, same team. If we make Git easier to work with, we are all making Git easier to work with. And that's just better. You heard Satan? I think you heard what you wanted to hear. I think that's on you, Glover. Yeah, just saying. I might have said the word saying, but you heard Satan? Yeah, I think you heard what you wanted to hear at that point. Take it easy. Take it easy. You're on 3rd Street. All right, more music, though. More music. So hold on. We're at 5:30 p.m. What kind of music should we do that we can't normally play? We're going to go either 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s. How about some techno? I mean, 70s is basically pre-techno. Zach, absolutely, yes. Bandcamp gives the majority of the profit to the artist in such a better way than any other platform. Do not use fucking Spotify. Spotify is the fucking worst. And the owner of Spotify supports terrible shit, dude. Yeah, just do not use Spotify. Fuck Spotify. That's actually a point and a stance I am willing to make. Fuck Spotify. I'm down with that. I'm okay with that being a way that you interpret the ethos of my stream. Fuck Spotify. Shopify? No, they're fine. Spotify? Fuck that shit. You own the files. So I will point out, Caleb, that is a little ephemeral. I have absolutely had a Midnight album that I purchased disappear because the Midnight decided to change record label. And that shit vanished. And I was actually majorly upset at the Midnight for a long fucking time before I realized that they're actually super goddamn cool and I could probably reach out to them to get the album again. but I'd rather just actually purchase it again because I want to support what they do. I just didn't realize that it wasn't them doing it. It was a label issue. So yeah, that's my bad on thinking the Midnight fucked up. But there is definitely a thing where, like, you can lose access to an album on Bandcamp. So download that shit every chance you can get. I have absolutely lost access to at least more than one Midnight album. There's another album that I lost access to as well. Right? It was, oh, dude. I forget the artist name, but like the album was called like The Pump, and it had like two really fucking good, like really awesome synthwave songs that I have on my like listening playlist while I drive, but I don't have access to them on Bandcamp anymore. Yeah, download every single album you can get via Bandcamp because that shit can go away. It's rare, it's extremely rare, and most artists on that platform know that they're burning a bridge when they do it, but just saying. But that said, hold on. Let me take the wheel. Do we want 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s? Someone pick a decade of those four. I don't think I saw anyone say anything. 90s? All right. 79s? No, that means 70s. Unless you really mean to round up and you mean 80s. We got 2 votes for 90s. Yeah. So Caleb meant 70s, right? He said 79s. Yeah, 79 is 80s, right? Rounding up. We got 1 70s request. We got 2 90s requests, as far as I can tell. Anyone else? Yeah, no, they are close. I get that. Typing. Ugh. Right. Anyone want to be the tiebreaker or throw out any other decade? If it's 90s, I got some shit I can play 90s. I got some 90s music I can play. Shit. But also, I got 80s, I got 70s, I got 60s. I got shit that no one will actually play on, like, famous radio bullshit, you know? I'm too eclectic for the radio. But at this point, it does seem like 90s is winning. No one else is chiming in. Quick side note, Div 3? Wait, what is Div 3? Is that like DivX? I was talking about DivX just the other day with someone. Shit. Right, so 90s it is. Oh, Divinity 3. Oh, dude. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Dude. I'm down, James. We gotta finish the game we're playing first. Duh. I haven't seen the trailer, actually. I will happily play the game, though. Yeah, for sure. All right, so 90s shit. All right, dude, 90s is actually the hardest because I got so much I want to listen to. Oh my god. Is this sabotage? Did someone try to sabotage me? No, this is not going to be like the deep cut that you've never heard. No, this is literally the song Sabotage. Cake is a solid 90s reference, yeah. what I'm trying to do is I want to let YouTube know that I'm absolutely looking for 90s shit, and this song should trigger that. All right, we're talking fucking pure 90s. Let's go pure 90s. And this song is as 90s as you can get. No, this is good shit. I like how they all play all of the characters that they're introducing. Like it's so good actually. Boo doo 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 doo. All right, so real quick, tomorrow you're taking part in the Olympics. I'm definitely said that wrong, which roughly translates to the Bar Olympics. Oh, Caleb, I think you've been training for this your entire life, or at least since you've joined stream. This time you're out for vengeance. I get it. God damn, that song's so good. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? All right, so we still want to do 90s. Here we go. I think this is the absolute most 90s song I can think of. Right? This song, and I'll play some like presidents after this, right? Like, come on. Y'all voted for 90s. I got 90s. Hell yeah, Glober. Fuck yeah, dude. I want to do an acoustic cover of this song, actually. I know it sounds weird, but it'd actually be like way creepier. I want to do an acoustic cover of this. Oh, yeah, I feel like a really good, like, depending on how it's done, could be really good. Yeah, for sure. But how's the context-aware keywords going? I mean, we haven't gotten much further than seeing what we're seeing. But I can do it. We got the time. But it's a solid Friday. We're just hanging out. Like, this is a just chatting stream at this point. I just don't want to change it to that category because that feels like admitting defeat. Yeah, I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Damn right, Kenny. Shit. Now, it does feel like admitting defeat. I do have to go pee, though. Yeah, we're putting off the procrastination for the moment to procrastinate just, like, in a different way. All right. So, yeah, I'm back. It's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. I haven't even smoked weed today. All right? So, shit, dude. Do you want to die? I know, we're bullshitting. We're having a good Friday together. Let's enjoy the Friday by at least getting something done. I think. Maybe. Jeebus. Oh yeah, no. We'll make it happen. Ooh. All right, so I just said that last song was the most 90s song. This one gives it a run for the money. I mean, that is pretty solid, right? Ooh, the way by fastball. We'll play that one next. Ooh, you're not wrong. This one still gives it a run for the money, though. I would say What I Got by Sublime is also up there. I think they're all tied for first. They're all tied for first. Right? Marcy Playground, also tied for first. I need to pour some more water. Oh, I definitely need more water. Yes. No. Divinity 3 is absolutely coming, Glober. Yes. Did you not know that? Yeah, dude, it's coming. All right, so am I weird in saying that, yes, I love this song, and I think a Jose Gonzalez style cover of this song would be fucking amazing, dude? Right? Like, Jose Gonzalez has already proven himself to cover a song that you wouldn't expect could be covered on an acoustic guitar, and he can fucking do it. I think Jose Gonzalez could do a good cover of this song. I believe that at the core of my being. Could you imagine how good the acoustic riff would be? Yeah, his teardrop cover is so goddamn good, dude. I just wish it was 90s so we could play it right now. Larian is absolutely producing a new game because they like money. You wish your hotel minibar had whiskey? It's not a place you can go buy some whiskey right now and then just have it? Ooh, I was gonna play something else. But YouTube auto-completed this song, and I fucking love this song. I believe it still counts as 90s. It's like on the edge. It's so close. I think it counts. I think this song counts. Who here doesn't think this song counts for 90s? Because you're getting banned. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not going to ban someone for music taste. Shit. No, come on. Or are people in an ad right now? I do believe it was pre-2000. I really do think it was. I could have sworn. Like, maybe my concept of time is wrong, but I thought it was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I remember this song from my sophomore year in high school. And I'm old for my, like, year, right? I think it counts. Right? Like, this song and Sugar. Woo! Fucking nailed it. Ariel's is good. Sugar is such a good fucking song. Yeah, Ariel's is fine. Steal This Album, I stole that album. And I listened to it when I drove from Oregon, from Washington to Oregon and back and forth a bunch of times before I lost my license because I was driving too fast. I will just simply say I prefer Spiders over any other song this band has ever done. I do like Sugar, and I do like the other stuff they've done, but no, Spiders is absolutely my favorite song by System. There's something about the structure of the song and the bass line and just like how it builds. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's not a single like System song that I like more, but we'll play Sugar because I really like Sugar as well. Wow, 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 wow. Right? Like, no, like all this time, you know. Like, yeah, I don't know the lyrics and I can't do them, but yeah. All right, so System, Sugar. They're a good band. Dude, this dude that did this acting, I feel like I've seen him in other shit. Oh, The Toxicity of Our City. That song is super fucking good. It makes sense why this song was the song that made them popular because it's like Tool and their first album. You got to go heavy off the bat, and then you can make the stuff that you actually want to make. Yeah, Bullet Called Live. No, Steal This Album is fucking great. I think Steal This Album is actually the album they wanted to make forever. But they had to do other shit to get the record label to care. And then, yeah, finally they could make the album they cared about. It's the same thing with Tool. Tool wanted to fucking make the music they're making now. But you know what? They had to record the heaviest shit they had to make Opiate to get onto any label, and then they had a bunch of like label bullshit happen, but like, you know. But yeah, like Tool, same fucking thing. Oh, Space Lord, mother. Oh, damn, James Plays. You're not wrong. You're kicking out all the 90s hits. When I think of Monster Magnet, they did the song for that movie Soldier. And that movie Soldier is actually in the same fucking universe as Blade Runner. And for that reason, Monster Magnet has a very special place in my heart, for sure. Yeah, James, like, this is 90s time. Mr. 90s. I just want to wonder, like, hold on, James. Are we the same age? Or are you like an old soul in like a 30-something-year-old body? Are we the same exact age? I feel like that's the thing that I've actually forgotten. I can't remember how old you actually are. And you don't have to give a number. But I'm just saying, like, man. No, I remember that you like British humor. I keep forgetting shit. The fuck, man. That's all I'm saying, James. Like, I feel like, I don't know why, you just seem younger than me. And that's why I question some of the British shit. You just seem like, yeah, you're an old soul in like a younger body. I could be wrong, man. I think we're actually the exact same age, now that I'm thinking about it. But you don't seem like it. Bengals were top of the charts when you were born. So I'm older than you by like 3 or 4 years max. I get it. I get it. Max. Absolute max. I want to say like 2 years. Technically. All right. No, I get it, man. I get it. We did say 90s music. Where were they going without ever knowing the way? Monty Python? Oh no, this song's actually super sad. Like the story behind it. Yeah, nah, dude. Here's the thing, it's like the band itself. Whatever happened to Fastball? What were they ever doing without ever knowing their way? Here's my favorite part. Their music video could have been recorded for like $500 back then. This is like a $500 music video. And it's fucking amazing, dude. They had another song out of my head. I never heard it. Nah, I'm good. I never heard it. I don't think it even exists. Yeah. I'll take your word for it. I'm good. I might know the song. I don't know, man. I'm good. I think there's worse. I think there's better. Monty Python is a British group, and yes, Guido Van Rossum, yes, Guido, the benevolent dictator for life, chose Python because of Monty Python? That's insane to me. No, so hold on, Glober. Monty Python was not behind the movie Brazil. That was just the main dude, which was, shit, I'm spacing on his name right now. I'm spacing on his name because, yeah, I got the whiskey in me. That's my fault. But no, Brazil was not a Monty Python film whatsoever. That was the effects artist guy and director and like editor that did Monty Python stuff. But that was not Monty Python. The director of 12 Monkeys, right? The director of Time Bandits, right? Like that dude. That dude made all that shit work. But yeah, hurt badly. What does in-browser inference even mean? Isn't the inference called via API? No, WebLLM is fucking magic. Hurt badly. Like, seriously. Check out what WebLLM actually is. No, this is where you download the model to your device and you run the inference. You run all of that shit. Now, is it something you should do for a major thing you're trying to build? No. But does it work to prove a solving of a problem that you have in your app? Maybe. And that's what we're trying to do. But yeah, you know, it's like I get distracted very easily. But hurt badly. Does that make sense? Should I explain it better? I can. I don't mind. We're trying to play some more 90s music. And 90s is tough. One director from Monty Python was the director for that movie. Yeah, no. Terry Gilliam. That's his fucking name. It just came back to me. Terry Gilliam has directed major shit, and he is actually one of the absolute best directors in Hollywood. He understands the subject matter he's directing better than any other fucking director in Hollywood. Flaming Lips are 90s? I got better 90s I want to hear. Nah, I'm good. I don't necessarily like the Flaming Lips guy. He fucking sucks. And even if he's 90s, he wasn't good till the 2000s. So if we want to do 2000s music, we can listen to Flaming Lips. But 90s? Nah, that dude sucks. Right? Am I wrong? Come on, James. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. No, I like Flaming Lips. I think 90s Flaming Lips sucks. 2000s Flaming Lips is actually really fucking good. But time is the differentiator. So hold on. Marcy Playground, right? Like, dude, we haven't heard Marcy Playground yet. If we're listening to the 90s, this is, in my opinion, the best 90s song. There's others. I get it. This is the best 90s song that embraces what the 90s actually were. You know? Like, Nirvana does not sum up the 90s. Nirvana sums up the angst of the late 80s continuing into the 90s. Nah, man. Nirvana's a fucking 80s band. If you really understand where they're coming from. Yeah, for sure. Unwritten law? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Nah, man. I might have heard those songs, but I might have ignored them during the 90s. I don't know, man. So here's the thing, James. James, you might actually know this. What is the good Candlebox song? They had one good song, and I tried finding it, and I found a bunch of bullshit that sucked. Is there a single good Candlebox song? I thought there was one. I could be totally fucking wrong though. I thought there was a good Candlebox song. Candy here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, we're on a Friday. Am I going to get any good code done today? I should have been just chatting like hours ago. Hours ago. Yeah, Kate fucking knows. You just didn't want to be a jerk about it. And I get it. Come on. But also, I'm not looking for a jerk about it. I want to call myself out. Come on, man. Oh, that song's so good, but it's modern. That's not for now. Mr. Jones? Once the whiskey hits? Dude, I mean, come on, K-Sync. No, the whiskey's been hitting. The whiskey has been hitting. This is not a new whiskey feeling. All right? Let me just point that out right now. I do also wish I was beautiful. All right, so I get it. Yeah, fucking 90s. All right, take it easy. But we've been doing some code slowly. Take it easy there, K-Sync. That's all I want to say. Like, be cool, you know? Be cool, man. Right? I get it. I'm just saying, be cool, be someone that you would want to talk to in the future. I hope that means something for you. Right? Just be cool, man. Like, I have moments where I am less than cool. I expect my chat to be better than me. Right? Just take it easy, you know? Damn, Glober. All right, so that's fucked. James, yes, it's a pretty fucking low bar. Thank you. Just be cool. It's an easy metric, right? It is an interesting song, man. Like, dude, right? It's like Adam Duritz or whatever his name is, right? I don't fucking know his name. He's not fit. He's not like 90s fucking bullshit. He does have a shirt short enough that like when he raises his arms, you see his midriff, and yeah, he's fucking overweight. It's okay though. You know, like there's something about the 90s where like, yeah, it was superficial, but it's nowhere near as bad as fucking like the boy band era of the 2000s, right? Meanwhile, hold on, this fucking song, right? Blues Traveler. The entire ethos of the music video behind this song specifically is like, dude, John Popper's overweight. There's no way he would sell albums. Right? You need some fucking like a thin asshole singing for your band to do some bullshit. And it's actually kind of fucking magical. Right? The entire gist is like, yeah, the most talented musicians are behind the scenes actually doing the shit. Oh, baby, let's keep in touch. Dude, yeah, dude. They tapped into the exact fucking terrible part of the 90s. They made it their fucking vibe. That's actually amazing to me. Like, Blues Traveler, dude. As bad as the 90s were, they fucking made it work, and they had an entire fucking festival behind it, right? Popper Fest or whatever, right? Dude, that's amazing, man. All right, so yeah, our plan for tomorrow is actually to do work based upon like, yeah, the work that we half-assed today, and we got more work tomorrow. Honestly, no, we got shit we can do. I just feel like it's early enough. We can do other stuff. That said, hold on. Wait. I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I'm not going to do it Sunday. I'm probably not going to do it Monday. Should I order Indian food? It sounds delicious. All right. Fuck it, dude. All right. So that gives us a timeline for when we should wrap up what we're doing, right? So let me go to DoorDash, order some Indian food, and that gives us a, well, now I got to wrap up to do other shit. Right? Like, come on. Oh, hook. Oh, man. God damn it. I hate the fact that I couldn't order something like direct because they're too busy tonight and it'll have to like do a thing. God, this is bullshit. So they're saying it'll be an hour before it gets here. I doubt it'll be a full hour. But within the next half hour or so. All right. Food time. Meanwhile, like, yeah, Blues Traveler hook. The dude that's in this Blues Traveler music video was actually in the last song, which is interesting. So they reused a bunch of actors, which is cool. So wait, Glober, you're extremely concerned because of these aquatic birds called duck. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. No, I get it. Yeah, this song, yeah, hook and other stuff. We're in 90s music. I think. Oh, that was some snorting shit I want to do later. Hold on. But 90s music wise, oh my god. Oh, shit. If you want to talk for hours. All right, so 90s, whatever. We'll do whatever. 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not late. It's just early. Early. Marry me. Right? You guys wanted 90s. You got 90s. That pop rock session, honestly, hold on. People asked for 90s. How can you not expect Spin Doctors? Like pure fucking 90s. Were you expecting Rico Suave instead? Like, what were you wanting out of a 90s session? That's what I'm wondering. Shit. Bro, 90s are pop rock and post HC. I feel like that is majorly reductive. But I'll not want to fight you over it, but I can make arguments to any side in the proper spirit of debate. Early 90s are just as new metal as like the early, like late 90s are just as new metal as the early 2000s. None of this shit is a very clear line between things. I'm just saying, Glober, nah, man, like, dude, I could point out edge cases to any statement you want to make that delineates the decades. I'm calling bullshit. Right? Late 90s is massive new metal time. And there's a bunch of new metal there. Right? So, like, 90s is not just one genre. Pick a year, and you can figure that shit out, right? 2000 to 2007, I would push back and say, sure, it existed, but there's way other shit. 2000 2007, like, are you kidding? Like, Death Cab for Cutie? Fucking, Dashboard Confessional? Like, do none of these things actually, like, occupy any of your thought about what the early aughts were? Like, come on, man. I think you're missing a bunch of shit by overgeneralizing. Just saying. Wait. Oh, man. Whatever's going on, it hates the New Bohemians. All right. Did I run out of, like, Did I occupy all the RAM? Am I gonna crash because I ran out of RAM? What the fuck, dude? No, we're good. You missed it. Too bad. Here we go. 90s. Fucking 90s. Yeah, so Glober, I'm just gonna say, like, no, there's so much more, like, late 90s and early aughts that you're ignoring. And that's on you, man. I don't know. It's not my job to educate you. I think you missed a bunch of shit. Due to caring in the wrong way. You're saying you enjoy Deftones, Limp Bizkit, but you're not that into new metal. Those two bands are both massively new metal, dude. So I'm calling bullshit right fucking now. I don't think you understand what nu metal is. I don't think you actually understand. And that's fine. Don't feel bad about it, but you're just wrong. You're absolutely wrong. I get it, Glober. I mean, I don't know if that was worth making a conversation about, man. Yeah, you missed a bunch of shit and you're misrepresenting what an entire decade is meant as. Okay, good job. Instead, just be cool, dude. You don't have to have a strong opinion about fucking everything, man. Like, it's okay, dude. I get it. I understand you said the same thing, but I don't know, man. It seems like you're making very strong statements about stuff when what you're saying is you shouldn't be making strong statements. So now I don't know what we're talking about. Either do the thing or don't do the thing. But why are you the most vocal about both? That's all I'm getting at, man. I get that part, but it shouldn't be at all fucking times. Pick and choose your battles, you know, man? Like, all right, so wish you were here. That's like some like 2000s bullshit. Nah, we're not gonna play some 2000s bullshit for that. When I Come Around is technically 90s. Glover, I mean, dude, I'm not trying to argue with this shit. Like, just be cool, Glover. Right? Like, come on, man. What's up, Eric? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Cheers. People voted on 90s music, and yeah, 90s Green Day qualifies. For sure. Glover, I would just say, like, please recognize why I decided to, like, really embrace a different chat. Please. Please understand that. Dude, live streaming is tough, man. What is the difference between programming and coding? I don't think there's a difference. I think they're bullshit terms to describe the same problem. Now, if you want to find a distinction, do you care about what you're doing? If you don't, well, yeah. That could be one versus the other, but, like, too crazy, like, honestly, like, do you give a shit? The main thing is, you should give a shit. And yeah, so, Eric, how you doing? Happy Friday, Mr. Sir. But yeah, Eric, if you're wondering, like, what do I do as a streamer? Like, what's even streaming? I deal with people asking questions like this. And I need to be sincere. So, too crazy. You don't care because you don't know the difference. No one can do that for you. If you don't give a shit, that's you not giving a shit, man. No one can care for you. I would bet that there is a way that you do care, but you don't care in the way that you're doing it for work. Now, if I'm wrong, all right, tell me. But I really think that is the thing. Like, you don't give a shit about the code you write for work. And no one can make you because it's bullshit code anyway. But man, don't equate the code you're writing there that you don't care about to all code ever fucking written. If you're not happy where you are, find somewhere else, man. You've only got so much time on the world. Right? I mean, so you tried to clarify to Craze. You didn't actually give us any, like, differentiation between one versus the other. It seems to me that they're both the same thing. How do you discern the difference between the two? What is the difference? Right? This is a you defining it problem. I'm really curious. You care about coding, you do it for fun. What is the actual difference between programming and coding? What do you think that difference is? Like, too crazy. I'm really curious about that. Because you say you don't care, but it seems like you actually do care. And that's a different thing. So you consider coding to be using someone else's code and programming to be like you're making your own code work. I would simply challenge that entire fucking theory of, as the programmer, did you write every single library from scratch? You didn't. You didn't. You totally fucking didn't. I don't believe you if you say you did. You didn't. So why is that programming versus coding? Like, seriously, too crazy. I'm calling bullshit right fucking now. You didn't write the assembly language you're using at the core of the language or compiler you're using right now. What compiler are you using? Did you write your own code, like, own compiler? You didn't. Like, come on. You're a fucking liar. You didn't write your own compiler. So come on, 2Craze. You're creating some weird fucking dichotomy that doesn't exist. We all use code that other people wrote, and we make the shit that we need to do happen. And that's it. That is coding. Whatever you're thinking programming is bullshit. That never existed in the first place. No, I'm sorry, 2Craze. I'm going to go back to your initial definition. If you're trying to change the definition, I get that, because your initial definition fucking sucked. But based on your initial definition, nobody does the create from scratch. We're all building on the tops of giants. So at the bare minimum, 2Craze, your initial argument is bullshit. And I call out the fact that you're trying to create some narrow other argument as also bullshit, because I don't think you understand the argument you're making. 2Craze, I'm just calling bullshit. My argument is you don't know what you want until someone else pokes at what you said, and then all of a sudden, well, that's not what I said, but it is literally what you said. It is literally what you said, but the moment someone points out that what you said is wrong, well, you're going to find another way to phrase what you actually meant. And dude, that is a bullshit way to phrase any argument. Absolute bullshit. The most bullshitty way you could bullshit any bullshit. Right? If you're going to move the goalposts of what is a thing versus what isn't a thing, you might as well not have an argument whatsoever in general. So 2Craze, I'm just pointing out the initial argument you gave towards programming versus coding, you actually invalidated yourself. And if you're going to invalidate your own fucking argument, why do you expect anyone to give a shit anymore? At the end of the day, it's a bullshit fucking argument. You're not even ingenuous. You're not even genuine with what you meant, because you're changing that definition as we go. No, 2Craze. Whether you're trying to argue or not, you're pointing a theory, and you believe in that theory. That is literally an argument. Again, 2Craze, you're asking what is my opinion on programming versus coding, and you are not even legitimately, logically consistent in the point that you are making. So how could I respond to that shit? You're not doing theories here. It's all fucking theory, dude. What the fuck do you mean you're not doing theories here? You are absolutely doing theories. What is your definition of coding versus programming? That is theory, dude. 2Craze, you are fucking up by thinking you're separating yourself from theory. No, you're formulating your own theory that nobody else has actually subscribed or thought about. You need to absolutely understand what is the difference between coding and programming, and that is on you to present that argument. Not to make other people figure it out. And Glober, dude, take it easy, bro. Dude, Glober, recognize a moment. This is not your moment to jump into the middle. Fuck no, dude. Come on, man. The only thing Craze needs to do is understand their definition of these two things that they're trying to understand the difference between. And so far, they haven't given a good definition of either. So how the fuck could anyone actually understand those two things? No, to Craze, it is absolutely an argument. Whether you understand what argument means or not, no, you are creating an argument between the two things. If you refuse to understand what argument means, then your entire premise is faulty, and no one should even engage what you're talking about because you don't even know. Yes, you should be confused because you don't understand what you're asking. What are the absolute definitions of coding versus programming? If you don't know those two definitions, you're not equipped to even ask that question. I'm trying to respond to you, Craze, as wholeheartedly as I can. I am pointing out that you don't fucking know. You are not the person to frame any of this question or any of this argument. You're welcome to ask that question, but you should ask yourself first. If you don't have a definition of the two things that you're trying to pit people against, you're already fucking up because you don't have the definition. How are you the person asking to define these things when other people are forced to define them for you? Like, dude, that is a shit mediator. You're a shit mediator, dude. That's as honest as I can be with you. If you don't understand the two extremes of the thing you're asking a question about, you shouldn't be asking the question because you need to understand yourself better first. What is happening right now, I'm pointing out that you are really bad at pointing out a rhetorical argument. Rhetoric matters. How people understand the point that they're arguing for fucking matters. And if you cannot decide and define those two bounds of the argument, it's a shit fucking argument, dude. You asked a question, you're not trying to argue. That means you don't understand what the fuck you're asking even. It's a shit question at that point too. Because you don't even know what you want out of it. Like, holy shit balls, dude. Too Craze. You don't even know what you want out of your question. Why is it a good question? Barbara Walters would never ask a question in which she didn't expect some kind of answer. Good interviewers, good people asking questions, know what they're expecting from the question. Otherwise, the question has no fucking meaning. Yes, you asked your question. What is the difference between programming and coding? And I'm asking you to define what is programming and what is coding. And you are fucking crickets on that. You pose the question, and you don't even know what is programming versus coding. What the fuck, dude? How do you expect someone to answer a question that you don't even know the bounds to? That is a shit fucking question, dude. When it comes to debate and argument and all this shit, it is an argument. Don't fucking lie to yourself and think that you're not arguing. You absolutely posed an argument, but you don't even know the bounds of your own argument. That is a shit fucking argument. Look up what argument fucking means. Look up what any of these other words fucking mean. But that's on you, dude. You pose the question in which you don't understand the bounds to. And that's fucking bullshit. Like, Too Craze, you fucking suck. Because you pose a very argumentative question in which you're not even willing to give the bounds to the edges of it. That is a shit fucking question and a shit fucking argument. Understand that first before you try and, like, pose some fucking bullshit to some other person's chat. Otherwise, start your own fucking chat and realize how bad it is to try and talk to people that don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. Otherwise, dude, Too Craze, you're fucking up. Seriously. Start your own fucking chat. And try and have a conversation about a thing that you're not willing to actually give a bound to. It's a shit fucking argument every single fucking time. You are asking a question that asks people to propose the things they want to say around a thing. That is literally an argument, dude. If you don't understand what an argument is, you shouldn't be asking questions like this. Like, holy shit, dude. Do you not understand what an argument actually is? Holy shit balls, too crazy. Like, I am really, really questioning if I give a shit about what you say in the future. No, dude. No. 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 But I do have food on the way. Let's go raid someone. But holy shit, too crazy. Like, dude, you are so fucked. Like, come on, man. Don't post some fucking bullshit unless you're willing to, like, back up and talk about the bullshit. No, you just want to, like, create some fucking controversy for the sake of no controversy. That doesn't exist. That's a fucking dichotomy that does not exist. Yes, you asked a question without thinking about the answers. That is bullshit, and honestly, fuck you for that, too crazy. I'm just asking questions. That's called ottering, dude. Look up the term of ottering. Please do look that up. I'm harsher than I should be, but look up the definition of the term ottering. And you did that. How did it get thrown on you? Because you asked the question, dude. You are the otter. You are the one ottering. Look up the term of ottering, dude. Dude, just look it up, man. God damn it. Why are you putting this on me as my problem to solve? Why is this my problem? You're the one that asked the question. Why is this my problem? Fucking otters, dude. Otters ask a question that they are obviously ottering for, and then it becomes someone else's problem because why are we talking about this? Because you ottered the fucking problem. Ugh, fucking too crazy. Like, come on, man. Just be cool. I don't know how to describe that any other fucking way. Like, too crazy, are you looking for a ban at this point? I don't know, man. I'm good. Let's just go raid someone. Just too crazy. I will remember this. And you kind of fucking suck. You kind of fucking really suck. I just don't want to deal with you anymore. You are the bad guy because of the question you asked. Like, why the fuck is this a surprise? Your question sucks, dude. Your question really fucking sucks. Why is this a surprise to you? Your question fucking sucked. It outed you as a person that sucks. Is it an easy question? It's only easy if I recognize that you suck. It's a harder question if I recognize that you're genuine with your comment. But I don't know, man. It seems like you just suck. All right. So anyway, we're going to go raid the It of Ellen. So YouTube, later. Have a good night. Cheers.